unlock the mystical bond between Addison and the werewolves, embark on a magical journey filled with secrets and loyalty. Discover the enchantment of the Moonstone in Addison's extraordinary tale. Chapter 1. Little Addison was crying. She had lost the fake blonde hair that her parents wanted her to keep all the time, and she was going to get scolded. But she hadn't done it on purpose. There was a pretty flower by the river, and when she bent down to pick it, to bring it back to Granny Wynonna, she fell into the river and lost her hair. She was soaked, she was cold, and she was hungry, but she couldn't go home without her false hair, or her mom would get mad. Her mom and dad didn't like her white hair, although she thought it was awesome. But when she tried to tell them that she didn't like her fake hair and wanted to keep her real hair, they got angry and punished her. And she was going to end up punished again. The 5-year-old girl continued to cry, her head in her knees, not noticing the 3 pairs of amber eyes watching her from a nearby bush, until a noise louder than the others made her jump. She lifted her head and looked around, her eyebrows furrowed and her misty eyes flushed with tears. She ran her hands over her cheeks, trying to hide the damage. If her parents had found her, they wouldn't like her to cry. The daughter of the town mayor and the Z-Patrol leader couldn't be other than perfect. A perfect complexion, a perfect smile, and perfect hair. She stood up and stayed glued to the tree behind her. Granny Wynonna had told her that if she was lost and a mean beast sought to eat her, she should stay near the bark of the trees and jump to the side when the beast pounced on her. The mean beast would bump into the tree and hopefully knock it out long enough for her to get help. "Who's here?" The bush moved a little more, and Addison hugged the tree a little more. But she didn't need to be so scared, for 5 seconds later a melee of arms and legs fell to the side. Addison was stunned as the heap of people growled and disentangled themselves, revealing 3 children the same age as her. A boy and 2 girls faced her and seemed to be watching her with as much fear as she had felt 5 minutes earlier. "I told you to stop moving," the taller girl scolded at the younger one. "Now she knows we're here." But she was sad. I just wanted to comfort her. "She's a human. Do you remember what Mommy said? Humans are dangerous." The boy said nothing, just watching her, as Addison's confused look gave way to a smile that grew even bigger, until she burst out laughing, startling both girls. Addison leaned forward, holding her stomach, because it hurt to laugh so much. The 3 children looked at each other in astonishment, which accentuated the little girl's laughter. 5 minutes later, she finally calmed down, and after 2 deep breaths, she gave them a big smile before approaching. The 2 girls hid behind the boy, who bared his teeth, and, oh, were those fangs she was seeing. She held out her hand to them, as her mom had taught her when she met their friends from work. "My name is Addison, and I'm not dangerous." It's not really nice to say that. The 3 children exchanged one more look before the smaller girl stepped out from behind the boy, and before he could stop her, she took her hand and brought it to her nose, sniffing it. She smells of the flowers in the elderworry garden, she marvels, pulling Addison's arm a little more to sniff it better. Addison tilted her head to the side, puzzled, but let the little girl do it. The other 2 looked at each other again, before approaching in turn. The dark chocolate-skinned girl, Addison loved dark chocolate, and wondered if she ate a lot of chocolate she will have such pretty skin, took her other arm, sniffing it in turn, as the boy walked behind her, and ran his nose against her neck, tickling her. "It's true. She smells of hibiscus," the chocolate-colored girl ends up saying. "And I also smell a little tiger lily." "She doesn't look very dangerous," the boy mumbled, moving away from her neck. "It's because I'm not," cried Addison, sulking a little. The smaller girl let out a laugh, which was quickly followed by her friends. Addison pouted a little more, but she finally smiled too, before laughing out loud. They all ended up on the ground, holding their stomachs, and in their eyes, and they had become best friends in the world. "Why were you crying?" the smaller girl ended up asking once they calmed down, sitting on the cool grass by the river. Addison's eyes widened and bowed her head. She couldn't believe she had forgotten her hair. They were going to hate her now because she was weird and different. That was what her mom said when she asked her why she had to put on her wig. "People don't like the difference, Addison. It's better for you to keep your blonde wig on so you can make friends and maybe even start cheerleading." Addie. She lifted her head a little to see her 3 new friends watching her. It was the boy who had spoken. They were waiting for an answer, as if they didn't see the difference. "I've lost my hair." "But it's on your head," the chocolate girl answered, tilting her head in puzzlement, as if she was talking to an idiot. Addison shook her head, taking a strand of white hair between her fingers. She felt the tears rise again as she thought of the punishment that awaited her. "Mommy doesn't like my hair, and I put on fake hair to hide it. I lost my fake hair. Mommy is going to punish me." The other 3 panicked when they saw her start to cry again. They looked around frantically until the boy got up and came over to Addison's side, resting a hand on her hair. "But it's all soft, and it's white as snow. I love your hair." Addison sniffled as the 2 girls walked over and put their hands on her head as well, stroking a few strands. "That is true. It's softer than fur. And it smells of the forest. I don't find it weird. It's very beautiful." The 3 children continued to compliment her until Addison's tears dried, and she began to compliment them as well. It ended in a tickle fight when the younger girl began to lick her neck. They ended up on the ground once again, laughing out loud as each tried to knock the other down. Addison had never had more fun rolling in the mud than with her new friends. She didn't care that her pale pink t-shirt was ruined, or that her pants with the same color were ripped in places. She could still justify it by having fallen. They finally sat down, the taller girl having decided to braid her white hair. "You're not human, are you?" Addison said with her eyes closed. She was feeling so good, soaking up the sun as the chocolate girl stroked her head as she untangled her hair. "I don't know what you're talking about." Addison opened one eye and smiled at the boy. "Your teeth are very long, you move very fast, your manners are weird, like licking my neck or sniffing me, for example. And then earlier you called me a dangerous human. It's not hard to guess." Addison shrugged and closed her eyes, relaxing a little more. In a city where zombies were normal, not much could really surprise her. Besides, her new friends were nice and had cheered her up. For her, that was enough. "Don't you want to know what we are?" he asked. "If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. You're my friends. That's enough for me." The 3 children exchanged hesitant looks before the taller girl nodded. Addison was their friend. She wouldn't betray them. "Werewolves." "Oh." "Hey, Addison opened an eye to lay it on the boy again. He had looked away, looking at the river. "We're werewolves." "Oh." "Like in my grandma's stories," exclaimed Addison, clapping her hands happily. "I love my grandma's stories. Is it true that your eyes are changing color? And that you have necklaces that keep you alive? And that you've been around since before Seabrook? You still haven't told me your names." The 3 wolf children had wide eyes and open mouths at Addison's excitement. It was absolutely not the reaction they expected. They would have thought she would have screamed and run away, but she had a big smile on her lips and asked them 1,000 questions a second. The boy took advantage of the half-second she used to catch his breath to mumble. "Wyatt." "Him." He turned to her and gave her a smile. "My name is Wyatt. She's my twin sister Willa, and she's our best friend and little sister Winter." He pointed to the girl braiding her hair and the one sitting next to her. Addison smiled at them and looked like she was about to resume her questions when Willa asked her, "How do you know about the necklaces?" Addison smiled and pointed in the general direction of her grandmother's house. "It's Granny Winona who told me. She told me a lot of stuff about the forest and about wolves and your culture. Granny knows everything." The wolves nodded. "The elders always knew everything. Everyone knows it." "There," cried Willa. "Now you look like a wolf." Addison ran a hand through her hair, feeling the braids dotting her hair, bundling it into several bands behind her head. The rest of her hair had been left loose, and the braids were tied between her with a moon-shaped hair clip. She marveled. It was so much prettier than the half ponytails her mom made her every morning. They continued to trade stories until something shiny caught Winter's attention. She stood up and ran towards the river, leaning over despite the cries of her family and her new friend. Her claws firmly planted in the earth, she reached out the other arm and picked up the something. She let out a little howl of victory and straightened up, running back to the trees. Winter. "Never do that again," Willa growled, as Wyatt ran his hands over her, checking that she wasn't hurt. "But I found that. It smelled of fake, and—" She pointed to the object in question, and Addison gasped at the familiar color of her wig. "My hair. You found my hair." "Thanks, Winter. Now I'm not going to be scolded, and I will be able to come back and play with you." She took Winter in her small arms and gave her a kiss on the cheek, which made the young wolf blush to the roots of her hair. Addison retrieved the wig and walked over to where she had put her little pink bag to dry. She took out a small brush and began to untangle the synthetic threads one by one to prevent them from forming a thick ball when they dried. The three wolves watched her taking care of it, happy that their new friend was happy. Even though they preferred her white hair, they also understood that she had no choice. The afternoon passed more quietly once the wig was untangled and put to dry. The children continued to play games, laughing and arguing, before laughing again, and if a shadow was watching them with a sweet smile on their lips, no one would know. Chapter 2. After that day in the forest, Addison never had the opportunity to return to her grandmother's house and therefore to play with her new friends. No matter how much she cried and screamed and made scenes at her mother's social gatherings for her elections, all she had collected was days of punishment, until her parents reckoned that she was going to stop shaming them. But if Addison had stopped her fits, that didn't mean she wasn't protesting otherwise. She wore the moon hair clip all the time, and when her grandmother Winona came by to see them, she discreetly handed her letters and notes, along with gifts for her friends on their birthday. In return, she received more jewelry and some soft animal pelts that she bundled up against when it got cold, or wherever she felt that all the pressure on her would end up eating her raw. She also received replies to her letters, which she carefully kept in a locked box to prevent her parents from snooping in, and for good measure, she had hidden the box in a little hollow in the floor. Her grandmother never asked her any questions, just smiling tenderly every time she gave her a letter or a gift. She would ruffle her hair, promising her that her letter would be delivered, before telling her a new story about the werewolves. Except that her grandmother started to get sick when Addison turned 10 and she could play the postman less and less. So Addison wrote one last letter, explaining to her friends that her grandmother was ill and that she could no longer deliver her letters for her. She begged them to understand, promised them that even if she no longer wrote to them, she would think of them every day, and that she would wait for the day when they would meet impatiently, that she loves them very much, and that she couldn't wait to see them again. She especially didn't want there to be any misunderstanding with her precious friends, and she was considerate by nature. Her grandmother needed to rest, and she couldn't afford to walk in the forest when she was so weak. Their response came very quickly. They assured her that they understood, and that they would never forget her either. They also couldn't wait to see her again, and they give her the most precious gift they could, so that even if she changed over the next few years, they would always recognize her. They promised her that the next time they saw each other, they would take her to their den. Addison smiled, tears streaming down her eyes, and dug her fingers into the envelope to retrieve the gift. She brought out a necklace made of leather with a shiny white stone. Her eyes widened because she knew exactly what it was and couldn't believe they had given her such a precious item. A few weeks later, Grandma Winona died, leaving a void in Addison's heart. She cried all the tears in her body, and if she focused enough, she could hear the howl of a grieving wolf. She immersed herself in her cheerleading workouts to get out of her parents' control and built a mask of the perfect little girl, which made her parents proud of her. But on her sad days, she wore her moonstone and lay down in her fur skin, observing the moon and wondering what would have happened if she had been born a wolf. In the year of her 15th birthday, she didn't have much time to think about her wolf friends, except for the rainy days. The zombies had been accepted at her school, and it was a great first, even though they remained separate from each other. On top of that, it was the cheerleading qualifying day led by her cousin Bucky, and she wanted to be on the team. She met Bree, who smelled of ginger and apple, with a touch of gingerbread, and instantly became friends with her, even though she found her fear of zombies irrational. Then she met the incredibly sweet, death-smelling kind Zed in the survival room and began to dream with him of a world where zombies and humans could walk side by side without fear of judgment. She met Eliza and Bonzo and attended her very first zombie party. Zed was also in the football team and took advantage of a deal with the principal to improve the study conditions of zombies at school. Until one day Bucky's assistants, whom Zed had affectionately nicknamed the Aces, hacked into Eliza's computer, bringing out the zombie as Zed. It all fell apart that day, and Addison couldn't bear to live in a lie anymore. She could no longer be a part of this injustice when her friends suffered in this way. So that day she took off her wig and showed the whole world her true appearance, her true self. The shock was obvious, and she was booed, but for the first time in 5 years, she felt good. Despite the disappointment of her parents, and despite the fact that she had just lost a good part of her friends. She saw Bree smiling at her in the distance, proud of her. She saw Eliza and Bonzo with their mouths open, and a new spark of respect in their eyes. She saw Zed, about to be taken away by her father's patrol, with a big smile on his face at her courage, and she knew it was worth it. The cheerleading competition with the zombies was just the cherry at the top of the cake, and the party a few days after to celebrate the abolition of the zombie laws was the whipped cream. That evening, like every evening since her grandmother's death, she brought the Moonstone necklace to her lips and wrote a new letter about the day. She hoped that one day her wolf friends would have the opportunity to read them. In the meantime, she continued to proudly wear her hair clip on her white hair. And she didn't have to wait too long either. During summer break, she went to the cheerleading camp run by her intolerant cousin, found herself captain of Team Z, and led them to victory, despite Bucky's ploys and cheating. She had a very good week despite everything, getting to know the zombies she didn't necessarily know, where the members were still a little shy to cheer. Zara was adorable and always had a sweet drink for anyone feeling nauseous in the camp because of the sun. Taylor wanted to be a doctor later because doctors saved his life when he was younger, and he wanted to give back the chance he was given to life. Flora was tiny and petite, but didn't hold back her thoughts. Isabel loved calligraphy and promised to help her learn the zombie language when they go back to town. Addison was happy with all these new friends, and she knew they would be there when she needed them, as they knew she would be there for them. They were all on the return bus, chatting, until Liza yelled yes, and Matthew hugged her. Oh, they are so cute. The cheerleaders applauded the new couple, Addison with a small smile on her face. I would like to also be asked to go to the prawn, said Bree, glancing towards the back of the bus. Addison followed her gaze, to see Bonzo focused on something she couldn't gasp. Bree turned to her, a pout on her lips. I'm sure he's going to ask you. You're meant to be. Addison comforted her, taking her hand. Bree smiled back at her and squeezed her hand, giving Bonzo one last look. Her smile turned carnivorous when she turned back at her. And you? Do you think Zed is going to ask you to go with him? Addison turned to her, her eyes wide. Why would he ask me? It was Bree's turn to widen her eyes, as if she couldn't believe the words that had just come out of her mouth. Addison, you're not serious, are you? The poor zombie has a huge crush on you. The girl widened her eyes and felt close to fainting. Zed was her friend, nothing more. She really didn't feel anything more for him, and she didn't want to spoil their friendship over a misunderstanding. Oh my God, you really didn't know. Bree, what am I going to do? Before she could even open her mouth, Bonzo screamed from the back of the bus, pointing to the window. Outside, wooden signs had been installed and formed words. Addison, will you come to? Everyone was reading the words at the same time, becoming more and more excited as the words formed meaning in their mind. Addison's eyes were wide in horror. She really didn't know how to get out of this situation. She hadn't even intended to go to the prawn if Bree hadn't convinced her. Oh, sweet mother, she muttered as she saw the word prawn being unfold. She wanted to close her eyes and hoped it was just a nightmare, that she wasn't going through this. But a distant figure caught her eye, and she cried out. Zed. The team members looked at her like she was mad, until she pointed to the figure in front of them on a gigantic ladder. Everyone screamed as the bus spat into the ladder, and Zed fell to the roof. The bus began to swerve and zigzag, which made Addison a little sick, but she was far too worried that her friend had been knocked off a ladder to really care. Zed eventually fell to the side, but it was too late. They were heading straight for the forest. Everyone was screaming, and Bree clung to her, scared to death. They passed through the barrier that led to the forbidden forest, and distractedly, Addison remembered that her grandmother Winona's house was also on the edge of this forest. They ended up crashing in a bush. Addison shook her head, trying to get her thoughts together, but Bucky continued to scream. He eventually comes out and passes out just outside the vehicle. She got up from her seat to make sure everyone saw her. "Everyone stay calm. We mustn't panic. Everything is fine." Addison glanced around. Everyone was still shaken. She had to give them something to do to be sure that they did not do anything dangerous for themselves or for the others. "The Aces, take care of Bucky. Leave him lying down and turn his head to the side. If he ever threw up because of this little adventure, we wouldn't want him to choke. Bonzo and Bree, see if we still have bottled water and some food. It will calm the nausea that some may feel." The Aces rushed outside, trying to wake Bucky. Bonzo and Bree smiled shyly at each other and went out to look in the luggage stored on the bus for what Addison had asked for. "Rowan, go check that the bus driver is okay, and give him some water too. It must have been even scarier for him. Does anyone know a bit about mechanics?" Yiza raised a shy hand, while Brady was a little more confident. "Okay, Yiza, Brady, check that the wheels are intact and that the motor was not damaged when we entered into the barrier." "Hey," Captain smiles Brady, before accompanying Yiza outside. "The others slowly get off the bus. We never know if it could explode. I'll take care of going to look for Zed, hoping that he is a good explanation for all that she mumbled at the end." She made sure everyone was out before going out herself, and ran towards the forest. When she gets her hands on that zombie. A branch clung to her clothes, tearing one end off, and forcing her out of her thoughts. She looked around. She found herself in a small clearing with a rock in the shape of a claw. The trees were really tall and dense. She had sunk into the forest instead of going out onto the road, but she wasn't afraid. A noise around her made her jump. She turned around abruptly, looking for the source of the noise. Another noise behind her worried her, and she remembered her grandmother's recommendations. She stepped back, slowly, until her back was glued to a huge tree. She finally saw figures in the shadow of the forest and understood. She was in wolf territory. A noise near her made her jump, and instinctively she brought her fist to the person's face. "Ow." "Zed?" "Hey, Addison," he growled, rubbing his nose. Addison opened her mouth to say something when her eyes were drawn to a figure on the rock. Crazy curls with a white wick were flying with the little wind that had just risen. Her necklace glowed with a blue light as her eyes turned amber. Addison instinctively put a hand through her hair over the beret her friend had given her a long time ago. The wolf howled at the moon and met her gaze, her eyes widening a little before stepping back and running further into the forest. Noises around them made her realize that the wolves were all gone. She could still hear them running for a moment before they completely disappeared from her senses. She let out a small sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Even though the conditions were not the most ideal, she was happy to have a chance to see her childhood friends again. Now, it was to be hoped that Zed kept his mouth shut and that he didn't reveal the secret. She turned around at the sound of footsteps and saw the cheerleading team running up. "I told them to stay near the bus." "We mustn't stay here," Zed cried before Addison could open her mouth. "There are werewolves surrounding us." Addison wanted to break something. The secret was no longer a secret. She just hoped it would end well in the end. Chapter 3. Everything was going from bad to worse. No sooner had they returned that the city council gathered because of Zed's proclamations. Everyone was panicking, and Bucky was adding more to the case, to the point of giving Addison a headache. There was too much noise, and her ears were starting to hurt. "Mom, they didn't do anything to us. They're bloodthirsty monsters, Addison. I refuse to put you in danger." "No kidding, they're wolves. Of course they'll eat their meat raw." But Addison couldn't ignore the warmth she felt at hearing her mother's words. Even though she was closed-minded and hadn't changed, she sought to protect her. "Someone has to do something," cried Bucky. "And someone will. Hold my purse." Her mother gave her purse to her father and walked over to the mayor's desk. She tapped her hammer to get everyone's attention and exclaimed, smiling, as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. "From today, all anti-monster laws are restored. What? Her mother glared at her and mimed shut up. The humans were relieved at this decision, while the zombies were far too shocked to do anything. She saw her cousin's satisfied smile, which she wanted to make him swallow. What? But that means the prawn is cancelled, cried Zed. Addison rolled her eyes. Her mother had just said the anti-monster laws were back, and he was worried about a stupid night that kept coming back every year. Priorities. No, that just means the zombies won't be able to attend, Bucky laughed, rubbing his hands together. Addison was ashamed of her cousin's behavior. He was worse than her parents when it came to open-mindedness. She had believed he had learned his lesson in the regional cheerleading competition, but he soon relapsed into his old racist ways. Addison needed to get out of the conference room. She couldn't stay here. There was too much noise, she felt overwhelmed, and her anger was going to make things worse if she didn't get away very quickly. She stormed out, ignoring calls from her parents and friends. She couldn't believe that after all the trouble she had gone to herself, they were back to square one, when the wolves had done absolutely nothing to them. All because Zed couldn't keep his mouth shut, and Bucky always went overboard for nothing. She ran until she found herself in front of her house, out of breath. She gazed at her perfect home for a moment, and turned on her heels to the forest bordering the city. She wanted to find the calm of nature, and think about what she was going to do now. She didn't stray too far, so she could find her way back later. Getting lost was the last thing she needed right now. She sank down a bit, until she reached a small clearing. It wasn't as impressive as the one where she saw the wolves earlier today, but it will do. She sat down on the grass, and rested her head on her knees, inhaling deeply, pushing away the tears of frustration that threatened to fall. This day was one of the worst of her life. Between Zed, who was trying to invite her to a party she didn't want to go, the appearance of the wolves, and the re-establishment of the laws she had fought so hard to abolish. She took the Moonstone necklace out of her pocket, clutching it in her fist, against her heart. She didn't know what to do anymore. She was lost. She just wanted to fall asleep, and wake up hoping it was just a long nightmare. Maybe she'll end up by the river, playing with her new wolf friends, or in her grandmother's living room, listening to a new legend that sounded like fairy tales. In the distance, she heard a wolf howl. She looked up, listening to the sound in an almost religious way. It was loud and powerful. It crossed her soul and filled her with courage. She couldn't change the past, so she was going to focus on the future. And she would do things in order. The first thing to do was to tell Zed that she wasn't going to the party with him. She didn't want to give him false hopes, and she didn't want to ruin their friendship. Then she was going to fight her parents to get those damn laws done once and for all. She wouldn't go back to the days when all her decisions were dictated by fear. She will fight for what she knew to be right. With her eyes closed, she didn't see that in her hand her moonstone glittered with a bluish light, her eyes flashing the same color for a second. She opened her eyes and observed the jewel before putting it around her neck. Addison stood up, dusted off her pink leggings, and headed home. She had a war to fight. She would not run away anymore. Night had fallen when she arrived home, and the lights were still on. She opened the door, ignoring the sound of footsteps running in her direction. Chapter 6. Addison hadn't heard of wolves until the evening. A call from Eliza, who told her what had happened in Zombie Land, and Addison was already fuming. She couldn't believe Zed could be such a hypocrite, asking the wolves to change to integrate. And on top of that, he had tried to recruit them into his political group when it was clear that they had no desire to take part in this stupid war over who was the most popular. Suffice to say that Addison felt both desperate and wanted to hit something, but she couldn't, so she just walked up and down her room, biting her thumb in frustration. She didn't understand why Zed was trying so hard to blend in. She had tried for 15 years of her life, never succeeding, and she felt a lot freer with her real hair for everyone to see, even if it made her unique. But there was nothing wrong with feeling unique, and Zed had forgotten that lesson that he taught her himself. She felt so pissed off that she wanted to growl and howl like wolves. She put her palms to her eyes, missing her moonstone that sparkled in response to her spike in anger. Addison took a deep breath and eventually calmed down enough to be able to think. The most important thing was to help the wolves. She couldn't give up on them when they needed her, although she still wasn't sure if that was wrong. All she knew was that they needed to go to the library and that they had taken some historical books. Now all there was about the wolves in these books was how they were bloodthirsty beings who attacked the settlers when they arrived at Seabrook, and by defending themselves they found a precious source of energy, which was hidden and used for the power station. From there, it was only about the wonderful leaders who have contributed to their community. Addison sighed, lay down on her bed, and closed her eyes. She felt like she had all the pieces of the puzzle but couldn't put them together. Eliza had told her that without their necklaces, werewolves would die, and Willa had been furious when she read the historical books in the library. It says the wolves attacked the humans first, but it was the settlers who took our Moonstone from us first. Addison opened her eyes and sat up sharply. Oh my God! She had just understood, and she really didn't like what she had understood, because if she was right, then that meant her friends were literally in danger of death. And at the same time it explained so many things. Why wolves seemed so desperate, or why Willa was alpha at only 16. Addison was so deep in thought that she didn't see the three figures that had climbed out of her window. Boo! However, Wyatt felt the blow land on his cheek. Addison opened her eyes to see him holding his cheek, and Willa and Winter laughing out loud behind him. I told you it was a bad idea, baby brother Willa said between laughs. Oh my God, Wyatt! But why the hell are you all trying to scare me? Addison continued to talk as she went to get the first aid kit. She shook her head, pulling out a strip of cloth and the alcohol. It's a wolf's trick, a way to train ourselves to always pay attention to our surroundings, Winter said, drying her tears of laughter. Whatever, with Addison's strength, it doesn't matter if she's not being careful around her surroundings, Wyatt muttered, taking the tape from her hand. He brought it to his nose to sniff it, and immediately pulled it away, coughing. Addison looked at him with her arms crossed until he put it on his cheek. This stuff smells really strong, he complained, wrinkling his nose. No kidding. Why bring it to your nose too? If it makes me nauseous, of course you will find it unpleasant, Addison deadpanned. What are you doing here? Willa held up a backpack Addison hadn't noticed before. She took it and opened it, and let out a gasp of surprise when she saw the books the wolf had taken from the library. We thought you'd like to get them back, Winter smiled at her. Addison closed the bag and gave them a big smile. Yes, that's preferable, thank you. Willa shrugged nonchalantly, but Wyatt and Winter smiled. Addison tucked the bag away next to her class bag so she wouldn't forget it the next day, before turning to fold her arms, a serious look on her face. She distinctly saw the three wolves staring at each other, surely wondering what was going on for this change in behavior all of a sudden. When were you going to tell me that you're dying? If she wasn't so serious and worried, she would have burst out laughing. Winter's mouth was so open it could have touched the ground. Wyatt's eyebrows had hidden behind his blonde lock, and Willa, the strong and independent Willa, refused to look her in her eyes. She finally sighed. Look, I don't blame you for keeping it a secret, especially if it's a pack secret, but I think when it comes to life and death, we drop the secrets and ask for help, even if it hurts your ego to admit a weakness. She gave them a small smile. I'm worried about you, that's all. I would have liked you to tell me so that we can find a solution together. Unless the Moonstone is found, there is no solution, Addison Willa replied. Our necklaces are what make us wolves, but ever since the settlers stole it 100 years ago, they've been losing power, Winter added, touching her necklace with her finger. All the elders of the pack are sick. It's just us and the pups left, Wyatt finished. He looked down, and suddenly Addison thought she saw a very old wolf instead of her friend. That's why I'm the pack leader at only 16. I had no choice when the last of the adults had to leave. Willa lowered her head, and Addison felt her heart break. She walked over to the young wolf and wrapped her arms around her, giving her a comfort she surely hasn't had in a long, long time. Willa rested her head in the crook of her neck and inhaled deeply. Your smell of hibiscus and lilies hasn't changed, she whispered. It's comforting. Addison smiled and stroked her hair. The other two wolves came over and put their arms around them. They dug their noses into her neck and hair, making Addison giggle a little. They finally let go after 5 minutes, and Addison pulled everyone onto her bed. Okay, now we have to discuss what we are going to do. We? Asked Willa. Addison smirked at her, baring her teeth. the same way wolves would smile when they tried and succeeded to scare the students at Seabrook. Wyatt and Winter smirked too, letting their eyes glow yellow astonishingly. "If you think you're going to stop me from helping you when I know you're going to die soon, you're wrong, Willa." Willa only looked at her, eyes a little wide and breathless, before recovering and smiling as well. Hours later, the moon was shining in Addison's room as she gently stroked Willa's hair. The wolf had exhausted herself telling her everything that had happened since she had become the alpha of the pack. There had been a lot of tears, a few whimpers, and a lot of petting on the head from Wyatt and Winter. The night that would normally allow a plan of attack to be defined to find the Moonstone had turned into a giant pajama party where Willa just let herself go. For 2 years she had been the strong wolf, the one who gave to others, the one who protected and provided for her pack. But she was only 16. It was too much responsibility for a 16-year-old girl. So safe in the arms of Addison, the only human she trusted, she had let go of the mask and confessed her weaknesses and fears. Winter and Wyatt were also listening religiously, and from the looks they exchanged, Addison was sure Willa would never have to do things alone again. Later that evening, Winter also ended up lulling into Willa's regular breaths and fell asleep curled up on the fur the wolves had given Addison years ago. It was in these moments that Addison was grateful for her huge bed which could carry all 4 of them without any problem. She gently manipulated the alpha to fit under her cover, and stroked her hair one last time, as Wyatt picked up one of her many pillows and positioned it under Winter's head. From where she was standing, she could see the tender look the young wolf had for his little sister at heart, the way he gently lifted her head, until his last stroke of her hair. Addison smiled, before yawning. "You should go to bed too," he whispered to her as he approached where she was sitting. Addison shook her head. She still had too much on her mind to even think about going to sleep. They still hadn't found the Moonstone's hiding place, and she doubted she could sleep comfortably with all the things she had left to do. "Addison, you have cheer training tomorrow, right? And your captain's test, I heard. You have to be in good shape." Wyatt took one of her hands and stroked it with his thumb. Instinctively, Addison relaxed. "But the Moonstone—" "We'll wait another day," he interrupted. "You don't realize what you did, do you?" Addison tilted her head to the side, puzzled. She hadn't done anything. She hadn't found the stone, she hadn't yet abolished the anti-monster rules her mother had put in place, she hadn't yet made it clear to Zed that she wasn't interested. She didn't even have her dress for the prawn yet. Wyatt must have seen the panic in her eyes, as with a nimble movement of his arm, he pulled her against him, and began to stroke her hair like he did for the wolves, while plunging his nose into her neck in support. In 2 years, I haven't seen Willa once admit that she felt overwhelmed. She insisted on doing everything on her own, even though I could see that it was draining her both morally and physically. And when I tried to talk to her about it, she would tell me that she was fine, and that an alpha couldn't be weak. Addison felt the tears rise, and snuggled more into the warmth of Wyatt's body, who continued to whisper. "I had lost my sister the day the last of the elder had to go deeper into the forest to heal a little. Our parents are almost all dead, and only us are left. And Willa was making the same mistake they were making. She was exerting herself so much that her Moonstone was losing its energy far too quickly." He lifted her head and plunged his chocolate eyes into the azure ones of the young girl. "You saved my sister, Addison, and you gave her back to me. Just for that, consider me forever in debt to you." He smiled at her, before bringing the hand he still held in his to his lips, never taking his eyes off her. Addison felt the flush on her cheeks, and gave her a small smile. "And now it's time for our little cheer captain to go to sleep," he joked as he led her to her bed, pulling the covers off for her. Addison laughed lightly, before letting go of Wyatt's hand to lie down next to Willa. He barely had time to pull the covers back when Willa rolled over to her, and rested her head against her stomach, moaning lightly. The 2 teenagers laughed at the sight, before Addison's heavy eyes finally got the better of her, and she fell asleep. Wyatt smiled before leaning in to kiss her forehead. As he stood up, he saw a strange bluish glow from under his favorite human's t-shirt. With a glance he saw the leather tie that held all of their moonstones. With one movement he pulled the stone out from under Addison's pajama top. His eyes widened as he saw it glow gently, like a nightlight. But the moonstones only glowed when their inner wolf manifested. He looked at Addison's sleepy face one last time, before putting the necklace back under her t-shirt. Now was not the time to think about it, but as soon as they get the Moonstone back, they will have to investigate it. And above all, he couldn't let his own desires influence his judgment. He settled into the chair by the window, staring at the moon for a moment. But if he was right, it would change a lot of things. Addison. "Where have you been?" her mother exclaimed, hugging her. "We were worried to death your father was about to go looking for you." Addison's eyes widened a little. She couldn't remember the last time her mother hugged her. Usually she contented herself with a pat on the head, between two criticisms of her appearance. "We thought those wolves had kidnapped you, or eaten you," his father continued, wrapping his arms around them both. "I'm fine. The wolves wouldn't have done anything to me. I was just going out to clear my mind, get some fresh air, and calm down a bit," she replied. Her mother pulled away from her a little, her eyes questioning. "Calm down." Addison rolled her eyes. "Mom, you restored the anti-monster laws, while half of my group of friends are zombies, not to mention that the werewolves haven't done anything to us yet. Why take such extreme measures for no reason?" "Addison, honey, I know you're in your rebellious period, but that's no reason to talk like that to your mother. Eventually you'll realize that was the best thing for us to do. After all, they are still monsters." Addison pulled away once and for all, and eyed her parents from her full height, anger flashing in her eyes. "Monsters who are no more different than you and me. Do you know what happened today on the bus?" Matthew had asked Liza to the prawn. A boy and a zombie were going to go to the prawn together, and now they can't. How am I going to be able to look them in the eyes tomorrow when I know my own mother took away their happiness? Addison shook her head at the gaping mouths of her parents. To believe that they never thought that a human and a zombie could fall in love. How can these two closed-minded people be my parents? "I'm sure Matthew will find a better date," his father said at last, waving his hand, as if the subject was just dust on his suit. It was Addison's turn to open her mouth. She just couldn't believe her father had dared to say that. She shook her head, gave them one last disappointed look, and ran up to her room. She didn't want to see these people in front of her anymore, otherwise she might say something she would regret. She grabbed a piece of paper and sat down at her desk to write another letter to the wolves, telling them about her day, her doubts, and her decision. She put the letter back in the box with the others, but left it open for a moment, observing the hundreds of letters inside. She ran a hand through it and smiled. Today's events nevertheless had a positive point. She knew her wolves were still there and that she would soon have the opportunity to give them her letters. She fingered her necklace before closing the box and putting it back in its place. She got ready to go to sleep, wondering what tomorrow had in store for her. Her night was filled with wolves howling at the full moon and a sense of freedom, not knowing that across town, those same wolves were entering her school's ventilation duct. The next day, she was in good shape and determined to get it right. She kept the necklace around her neck and dressed in her cheerleader outfit. That day was the start of her school's presidential campaigns. She knew her cousin was going to present himself, and as a member of his family, she had to be there to support him. She would have preferred 1,000 times more to go to class, but it was a compulsory gathering. "I won't go to the prawn." Zed stopped walking beside her, turning to her as if he couldn't believe what she had said. "What? But it's the party of the year. You can't miss it. We were supposed to go together." Zed. "The only reason I was going to go was because Bree had begged me. This party will be here again next year, and the year after. And honestly, we have bigger problems than a stupid party. Nothing is more important than the prawn. Well, except going to the prawn together." Addison shook her head. "The re-establishment of anti-monster laws is more important. We fought too hard for everything to go back to how it was before." "I'm with Addison." Eliza had arrived behind Zed, who turned to her, looking at her as if she had betrayed him. She ignored him and focused on Addison. "We didn't go through hell to get back to the starting point. Not to mention the demolition of the power plant. This is our heritage. This is our story. But because it brings back bad memories, we want to get rid of it. It's not fair." Addison was about to reply when her cousin called her from across the platform, asking her to vote for him in the election. Addison gave him a tight smile before turning back to her friends. "And with Bucky as president, it will get worse and worse." But you will become cheer captain if he is elected, right? Zed asked. Addison captain? Don't joke, zombie. Lacey and Stacy had also arrived behind her. It was Lacey who had spoken. With her as captain, we won't win a single competition, added Stacy. Addison turned to her with a smile. With me as captain, we would win all the competitions in the world, because I would make the cheer something that brings people together. Well, Miss Positivity, it's almost time for the morning warm-up, so hurry. Lacey took her by her shoulders and led her towards the gym. Addison gave Zed and Eliza a sorry smile, before finding herself almost thrown into the gym. She glared at the two assistants, who only smiled sweetly before turning to the other cheer members to begin training. Despite the company, Addison was having fun getting thrown in the air and being caught. She felt like she was flying with every jump and enjoyed getting everyone together for the more complicated tricks. Before she even realized it, it was already time to present the candidates for the school's election. The team took a quick shower before putting on their spare cheer outfits and taking their pom-poms. Since it was an official school event, it was compulsory. Addison did not have time to put the necklace back on her neck and preferred to tie it on her wrist to be sure not to lose it. Everything was going quietly. Bucky was doing his Bucky, with too many tricks to be sincere. Zed eventually presented himself as well, deciding that it was the best thing to do to allow the zombies to attend the prawn. Even though Addison was happy for him, a corner of her head sighed. Even if Zed were to become president, without the consent of the Education Council, in which her parents belonged, nothing would be done. But seeing the zombies excited and motivated for this challenge was heartening, and Addison vowed to fight her parents even more to allow the monsters to attend. Me president, I'll make Seabrook a happy place for zombies and… Werewolves, Bree shouted next to her. What? No, why would we want werewolves? Zed's cry was all it took for the mess to begin. Everyone walked away from the front doors, as the werewolves entered with a sure and determined step. Addison didn't have time to understand what was going on as she found herself on the platform, surrounded by the soccer team who were playing bodyguards. She rolled her eyes and huffed in frustration. Next time she talks to Zed. She's here. The wolves came running towards her. Addison raised her eyebrows. She wasn't particularly scared, but the panic around her made her nervous, and she took a step back as she saw about 20 teenagers approaching her, with their amber eyes and sharp claws. Tell us where the Moonstone is, white hair, cried the girl who seemed to be the boss. Her curly hair with a white lock, and her dark chocolate skin brought back an ancient memory, buried deep. She brought a hand to her hair unconsciously, stroking the moon-shaped barrette. Willa, she whispered so softly that she wasn't sure she had said that word, that name she hadn't said since her grandmother died, just writing it down on her notepaper. Regardless, Willa seemed to have heard her, for her eyes stopped shining for a moment before resuming her threat. But Addison saw in her eyes that she was less sincere and understood the implicit message. You have the wrong person, she cried. She begged forgiveness in her thoughts for the lie, but it was a secret her grandmother made her promise never to reveal to anyone, not even her parents. The girl next to her threatened them violently. Then, when she saw the fearful looks of their audience, she straightened up and asked in a small voice, and Addison recognized Winter's kindness and gentle nature. Too much. Willa and Wyatt glared at her and rolled their eyes before Willa ordered the wolves to prepare. She looked like she was about to say something when the boy next to her, Wyatt, it was Wyatt, took her by the shoulder and whispered something to her that she was almost certain she should never have been able to hear from where she was. Willa, we cannot afford to have the city on our backs. The Moonstone will never be found if they are on their guard. She glared at him and sighed. I hate it when you're right, she hissed between her teeth. Wolves, calm. The yellow eyes gave way to chocolate irises, and the claws retracted a little, giving way to the man rather than the wolf. Willa turned to them and seemed to speak to her personally when she said with a forced smile, Sorry, we were so in awe of your beautiful city. Addison had to force herself not to laugh at Wyatt's rolling eyes. She was betting everything she had that Willa considered her city everything but beautiful. And we came to integrate your school. Addison had to hide her mouth with a pom-pom so no one would notice the laugh that threatened to escape. She cleared her throat and took a deep breath before putting a small smile on her lips. Willa looked so uncomfortable, and Wyatt didn't look any better. What? No, that's not possible. The protests were very vocal, and Addison frowned. She still remembered when zombies were treated the same. Seems like Seabrook has a short memory. Technically, the Forbidden Forest is part of the school district, intervenes the coach. Addison grinned and decided that was the signal she was waiting for. So, welcome to Seabrook, she waved her pom-poms and moved away from the wall of footballers in front of her, planting herself in front of the wolves, and waved at them. Willa never took her eyes off her, seeming to be looking for something on her body. She remembered the last letter they had exchanged and discreetly moved her pom-pom to let the moonstone shine in the light of day. Willa's eyes widened, and she heard a gasp of surprise. Her eyes fell on Wyatt, who was staring at the necklace on her wrist, before looking up at her. She gave him a small smile. It was absolutely not what was planned, but she will do with it. After all, she finally had her old friends back. Chapter 4. Wyatt didn't take his eyes off her, but nudged Winter and nodded at the pom-pom. Winter narrowed her eyes before widening them and let out a little cry. Willa placed her hand over Winter's mouth, avoiding the drama. Wyatt sighed in relief, and Addison had to make a superhuman effort not to laugh out loud. Winter hadn't changed in 10 years. The other wolves looked puzzled by the attitude of their leaders, but said nothing. Addison only smiled at their solidarity until she found herself brutally pulled back. Willa, Wyatt, and Winter's eyes turned amber for a moment before they regained control. Addison turned and found herself face to chest with Zed. He watched the wolves anxiously and bent down to whisper in her ear, forgetting the superfine hearing that all canines have. "What are you doing, Addison? They are bloodthirsty monsters." Addison pulled away and crossed her arms, her eyes dark. "As you are a brain-eating monster." Zed looked hurt and lowered his arms close to his body. "You know it's not the same thing." "Really? Yet you are treating them the same way humans treated you just a few months ago. I wonder where the difference is." Addison was aware that silence was gradually growing around her, and she could feel the wolves' gaze on her, hotter than a tin rod. But she didn't look down. On the contrary, she straightened up, and despite the fact that Zed had a good head and a half on her, she seemed to have taken up all the space on the small platform. "I don't see why we could not give them a chance when we have given you one." Technically, Addison isn't wrong. Eliza. "What's Zed? Remember how we had to fight to be recognized as citizens of Seabrook? And I can't stand injustice. I won't treat wolves like humans treated me." Eliza turned to Willa and held out her hand. "Welcome to Seabrook. You're going to meet a lot of racist and intolerant idiots, but there are some people who stay pretty cool." Willa glanced at Wyatt, then at Addison, who nodded before gently taking Eliza's hand in her. "Thank you," she said simply. Eliza got her hand back and shrugged. "Between monsters, we have to help each other." Addison was smiling the biggest smile in the world right now. Her friends got along, and that was the best thing that could happen for her. Although between Eliza and Willa and their character, Seabrook perhaps had a little to worry about. They were frankly capable of starting a revolution. From there, it all happened very quickly. Wyatt tried to come over to Addison, but Principal Lee was quicker. She gathered all the wolves together and began to explain the school's rules to them, all the while heading to her office to register them as a student and give them a timetable. The wolves seemed puzzled by this little good woman leading them like an alpha, but once Willa started to follow her, they let it go. Winter gave her one last look, and Addison smiled at her, before the wolf ran to catch up with the others. The assembly was over, and now classes began. The teachers dispersed the students, urging them to go to class, when all they wanted was to discuss this incredible new development. "I don't understand why we're making a big deal out of it," Eliza whispered to her during chemistry class. "It looks like they've never seen a monster in their life." Addison smiled, gently stirring the solution in front of her. The CO2 that was formed in the Erlenmeyer could cause the stopper to pop, and the solution was very volatile. You needed to be very focused to avoid losing products unnecessarily, especially when they were rated on percentage. "Yet it was you who tried to break your Z-band to attack them, right?" Eliza paused for a moment to write their report, before resuming slowly. "Your speech has a lot to do with it. A few months ago we had class in the basement, and we couldn't mix with you. I would be a hypocrite if I made them go through the same thing I went through, all because they have fangs and claws." Addison smirked when she saw that her friend refused to look her in the eye. "And they smell excruciatingly good. A super pronounced natural smell. Like you smell like hibiscus and lilies, but with them you can smell the literal forest on their skin," she mumbled. "Besides, it helps that Willa is super pretty, doesn't it?" Addison had to stop laughing when she saw Eliza jump a good meter off the ground. It was so easy to read it was even funnier. Except that she realized her stupidity too late. Eliza was already turning to her, a raised eyebrow. "They didn't give their name, did they?" Addison turned away and shrugged a shoulder, continuing to stir the solution and wincing as the stopper popped out, twisting her thumb a bit. "I heard it from the boy. If you hadn't been busy trying to destroy your bracelet, you surely would have heard it too." "Addison, I don't know when you became such a good liar, but you can't fool me." The human met the zombie's green eyes and sighed, a very serious look on her face. "You better believe what I just told you, Eliza. You won't get anything more from me." "But why?" "Because I promised it to my grandmother on her deathbed." Eliza stared at her for a little while and must have realized that this topic was closed, because she just nodded and went back to her report. Addison sighed and put a hand on her shoulder. "One day I will tell you, but not today." Then she started to stir the solution again before pouring it into the separating funnel. For now she will focus on her chemistry, later she will think about the wolves. The end of the morning passed more calmly, Eliza relaxing with her as the time passed, and it was already lunchtime. Leaving math class, Eliza took her wrist to stop her, her eyes lowered. "Addie, I'm sorry. It's your choice to tell me or not. And I shouldn't insist like that." She gave her a small smile. "When you want to tell me about it, I'll be there to listen." Addison did nothing other than smile back at her, then put an arm around her shoulder and lead them to the cafeteria. They were laughing and chatting on the way, and Bree joined them halfway, coming out of her literature class. They entered the cafeteria and parted. Addison went straight to get her lunch, as Bree and Eliza walked over to the table where Bonzo was, who seemed to be writing something. Addison sat down at a table alone and motioned for the other three to join her once their lunch was collected. "Hey, me." Addison looked up from her plate to see Zed literally hunched over her table in front of her. He gave her a small smile and looked a little nervous. "Look, even if I run for president, there's a chance I won't win. So would you like to go out with me this weekend?" Addison opened her mouth to answer no, and a classic, "It's not you, it's me," when the cafeteria door smashed open to reveal the wolves, stepping confident and not afraid of teasing poor humans and zombies. Winter bared her teeth and Wyatt stole Bucky's mirror to brush his hair before throwing it back to him. Addison only smiled and shook her head. She didn't know wolves liked to be dramatic, but oddly, that didn't surprise her. She took advantage of the fact that Zed seemed obsessed with the pack to run away and go to the table they had requisitioned. She wanted so badly to hug her friends, but no one here knew about them, and she couldn't make the same mistake she made with Eliza. The zombie had been understanding enough not to push the question, but Zed or Bucky, God forbid it, they'll be so insistent that she'll surely ask Willa if she couldn't scratch them a bit for her. There, she had the perfect opportunity to avoid all kinds of awkward questions. She walked over to Wyatt first, Willa and Winter busy chatting quietly, and held out her hand. "Hi, my name is Addison. Welcome to Seabrook." Wyatt looked at her puzzled, until Addison looked around. He gave her a small, undetectable nod and gave her a big smile as he took her hand. He squeezed her gently. "My name is Wyatt. Happy to meet you, Addison." He brought her hand to his lips and gave her a kiss that made Addison blush to the tips of her white hair. He didn't have to go that far. Willa and Winter finally seemed to have noticed and stood up to her just as Zed approached. "I hope my brother doesn't bother you," Willa told her, a small smile on her lips. She also extended a hand to her. "My name is Willa, and I am the alpha of the pack." This is Winter. Addison had to bite her lip to not coo when she saw Winter's sad look, who couldn't pounce on her like she really wanted. Winter might have seemed to be the fiercest, but she was just an adorable wolf. Willa turned to her table where 5 other wolves who eyed them, puzzled. Addison thanked heaven that she had thought of hiding her necklace under her cheerleading top. It was not question time. Willie, Wyver, Wendy, Wylan, and Wade, she pointed to a boy who had crested hair, a girl with long braided hair and a small part of which was gathered in a bun on the side of her head, a girl with squared hair, another with braids, who gathered into a large ponytail, and a boy whose white lock was also braided towards the back of his head. Wow, that's a lot of names. I'm not sure I remember them all from the start, Addison exclaimed. Willa gave him a smirk. I'm sure that within time you will remember them. Addison, is that it? Addison nodded, her own smile on her lips. Eliza approached her, Bree and Bonzo on their heels. I'm Eliza. The super excited girl next to me and the giant zombie next to her are Bree and Bonzo. We're Addison's friends. Willa nodded as Wyatt grabbed her hand again and helped her sit down at their table. Addison only shook her head, but a wave of sadness washed over her heart. She had never known that Wyatt was a little charmer and gentleman, or that Willa had taken over command of the pack. She had missed so many parts of their life. Wyatt seemed to realize her sadness and squeezed her hand a little more, giving her a small smile. That is true. Even if she had missed parts of their life, they were there now, and she would do anything to get to know these new people, hoping they would agree to learn to know her. Winter sat down at her other side, and Willa leaned back on the table, as if protecting her pack from harm. Eliza sat down by the alpha's leg and struck up a conversation about her role in the pack, while Bonzo and Bree chatted with Wyver, who was the youngest of the pack present, about her first day at school. Addison just looked at everyone more or less happy, one hand in Wyatt's and Winter's head on her shoulder. She ate with the other hand and ended up mixing in the discussions around her. She wasn't paying attention to Bucky's glares or Zed's confused look. She was just enjoying the present moment because she knew that this time of calm would not last long. The wolves were there for a reason, she was sure. Now she just had to figure out which one and help them as best she could. Zed was a few feet behind them, watching them laugh and have fun, despite the distance the wolves kept. He finally turned on his heel and left the cafeteria. Addison noticed, frowning. She couldn't understand why he couldn't just give the wolves a chance. She had given him one, right? So why was he refusing to prove to the world that he wasn't as intolerant as Bucky? Addie. Addison looked away from the cafeteria door to Winter, who was watching her, a question mark in her eyes. She smiled at her and patted her head. Nothing, Winter. I'm fine. She didn't see the looks Wyatt and Willa were exchanging, and didn't pay attention to Eliza, who had raised her eyebrows at the exchange. She just contented herself with chatting cheerfully with Winter, enjoying the calm before the storm. Chapter 5. The next day, Addison woke up in a good mood. All in all, the day before had gone pretty well. The wolves were still distant and kept to themselves with the others, but she could see that they enjoyed not being hidden from the world anymore. Which was, according to her, a big step forward. Now, if only she knew what made her friends' faces look concerned, maybe she could help them. Addison quietly prepared herself, a small smile on her lips, while humming. She couldn't wait to spend more time with the wolves. She wondered if they would like to join the cheerleading team. There was nothing better to break the ice. She was brushing her long white hair when she felt a hand cover hers. She jumped and closed her eyes, screaming, before suddenly turning her fist in the air. Ow. Ah. Addison opened her eyes to see Willa holding her cheek, a pout on her lips, and Wyatt and Winter laughing beside her. Oh my God, Willa. I'm so sorry. Thanks for the warm welcome, she mumbled. Addison dropped her brush on her dressing table and rushed over to her friend. She withdrew her hand from her cheek and examined the bruise before running into her bathroom to pull out her first aid kit. Her parents had decided that she absolutely had to have one because of her cheerleading workouts, for the days when she came home sore and injured and they weren't there to take care of her. She grabbed a clean cloth and dipped it in alcohol, before walking towards Willa, who stepped back as if she was holding a time bomb rather than an antiseptic. Addison, this stuff's terrible. What's that smell? And this thing will keep your skin from puffing up like a balloon, she replied, forcing the fabric on her cheek. Now be quiet, she put the first aid kit away before planting herself in front of her three friends. What are you doing here? Not that I'm not happy to see you, these 2 days have been literally the most wonderful of my life since we met 10 years ago, but if my parents find out... If they find us, interrupted Wyatt, they must first know that we are there, and even then we will hear them coming from afar. We can hide while waiting for them to go. We wanted to see you and ask you a question, Winter added. And I just wanted to do your hair, like when we were little pups, added Willa. She removed the alcohol-soaked cloth from her skin, and Addison was amazed to see that it had already deflated. Willa smirked at her. Super fast healing, a wolf thing. I should have known, Addison laughed. Simon. She opened her arms, and the 3 wolves hurried to give her a hug. A little too hard on Winter's side, and Addison felt like she was suffocating a bit, but she wouldn't change this moment for the world. They finally pulled away, and Addison walked back to her vanity. She took her brush and handed it to Willa, who took it with a big smile on her face. She sat Addison down on her bed and began to gently run the brush through her hair. You wanted to ask me a question, Wyatt, and Winter exchanged a look. Yes, you know the city better than we do. After all, Wyatt began. We wanted to know where we could find the history of the city from a century ago. Oh, you'd have to go to the library for that, but I'm warning you, they're not all as accurate as possible. I remember how Granny Winona looked when she saw my first history lessons. She had almost torn the page out of rage. We have no choice, they might have a clue about Winter broke off, meeting Willa's gaze behind Addison. Wyatt rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. A clue on what, Addison asked, puzzled. Addison, don't take it the wrong way, but it's a secret, Willa told her gently. Oh, okay, she looked down at her hands as Willa tied the little braids she had just made to the back of her head. Wyatt and Winter exchanged a look again, before turning to Willa. Willa, maybe we could tell her? She could help us. Her parents practically run the city, Wyatt said at last. And we don't have much time left, added Winter, touching her necklace with the tips of her fingers. Willa was silent for a moment, before sighing. I suppose that the more we are, the more likely we will be to find it quickly. Willa tied her braids with the moon-shaped hair clip she had given her a long time ago, and from the mirror, Addison saw her smile as she stroked the round shape of the moon. Then she took her pink cheerleading ribbon and covered it all up. She stood up in front of Addison. I'm going to make a deal with you. We first try it alone, and if it doesn't work, we'll tell you. That's fine with me, Addison smiles. She glanced at her alarm clock and let out a gasp of surprise. I'm late. She turned to her wolf friends. The library is in front of the school. I'm not going to ask you to attend class when I know you don't have time or the want, but I go after class myself to work with Bree. I'll meet you there. And before they could even say anything back, she disappeared into the hallway. She's fast, exclaimed Winter. Come on. I still want to go to school. I love terrorizing the little humans, Willa smirked, examining her claws. Willa, play nice, Wyatt sighed. Addison smiled as she heard them before having breakfast at lightning speed and running out. The day passed without major event. Zed distributed his flyers with the help of Eliza and Bonzo while preparing his speech for the debate. Addison smiled when she saw that he was also invested in something close to his heart. She approached him. Hey Zed, how is your campaign going? Addison. It's going well for now. Bonzo is in front of the school giving out the most flyers, and Eliza is helping me with my program. Look. Zed handed her a flyer, and Addison lost her smile when she saw the image of Zed that seemed too human to be true. Not bad. She didn't want to hurt his feelings, and it's true that for the most intolerant of them, they would prefer this image of Zed. But she wished her favorite zombie wasn't so ashamed that he wasn't human. She thought that his difference was his strength, as her white hair was her pride. She wanted Zed to win for who he was, not for what he wanted to show people. Addison. Bucky has decided that you will lead training tomorrow. Oh, and your new hairstyle is stylish. What? Bree had come running and was talking at lightning speed. This is your test to become a captain. If you succeed, you will be made captain of the team if Bucky becomes president, and we know he's going to become president, because elections are mostly a popularity contest, and we know that Bucky is super popular, and... Bree stopped talking when she saw Addison's alarmed gaze, which pointed at Zed. She turned to him, before quickly lowering her eyes in shame. "Thank you, Bree," he sighed. "Don't you think it's weird that I only become captain if Bucky becomes president?" Addison asked him. Even though they weren't quite on the same page these days, Zed was still one of her best friends, and the fact that her cousin was trying to buy her off with the place of team captain. "It just means that one of us will have what he wants, and I know that you will be happy for me as I will be happy for you anyway. I can live with it." Addison gave him a wonderful smile. He was there, her best friend, and she was happy to find him. "You are right. Come on, Bree, we shouldn't be late for class. See you later, guys." Eliza gave her a wave, and Zed a smile, and they parted. "You look super happy," Addie Bree told her. "It feels good to see you like this. You've been stressed all the time lately." Addison's eyes widened. She didn't know that her mental state had taken hold. "Oh yes, a lot of things happened, and the fact that my mother put the anti-zombie rules back in place just because of her fear. It frustrated and angered me. Not to mention Zed, but now I'm better." Bree only smiled at her before her mouth fell to the floor when she noticed something behind her. Addison frowned and turned to see Willa scratching the lockers on the wall. Wyatt just looked exasperated as Winter enjoyed playing the bad wolf. They growled and made yellow eyes at anyone who tried to approach them. Addison had a hard time not laughing out loud at the terrified faces of humans and zombies, while the werewolves seemed to be enjoying themselves. "They are destroying the school," whispered Bree in shock. "It's just their way of having fun. At least we can be sure we're not going to get bored with them," Addison replied, amused. From a distance, she saw Wyatt lift his head to where she was and wink at her. Addison smiled at him before turning away and pulling Bree to their next class. She would see them soon enough. The day passed quickly, and before she could even breathe, she was in the library, searching for the books needed for her biology assignment. She kept confusing mitosis and meiosis, and she had to master everything related to the subject. The exam was soon, and Mr. Acery was not the most patient of his teachers. "Why does he teach in a high school if he doesn't like teenagers?" she grumbled, grabbing the good book. She walked over to the table Bree had requisitioned, and where she had already started doing her homework, when she saw Wyatt by the side of the aisle, watching her, a book in his hand. She walked past him, stopped halfway, shaking her head, and walked back to him. Seeing her come back, he hid behind the book, and she would have thought he was immersed in his reading if the book was not upside down. She cleared her throat and took the book from him before putting it back the right way. "If you're going to pretend to read, do it right," she whispered to him before turning and leaving. From a distance, she saw Winter tear off the page Bree was writing on, who exclaimed, "This dog just ate my homework. Hey, do you think the teacher will believe me if I tell him that?" Addison smiled at her as she sat down next to her. "Knowing Acery, he's just going to put you in detention for not eating the dog yourself." True. Addison eyed Winter worriedly. Paper wasn't the most nutritious thing. She didn't want her to end up with a stomach ache. Wyatt came up behind her and leaned in her chair as Willa stormed past her, throwing 2 books in front of her. "Lies. It says the wolves attacked the humans first, but it was the settlers who took our Moonstone from us first." Addison smiled sadly at her. She had warned her that she wasn't going to like it. "I didn't know," Bree whispered, her eyes wide in horror. "You know history is written by the winners," Bree, Addison said softly, wrapping her arm around her shoulders. "There are a lot of things you don't know," Willa spat, picking up the books and striding towards the exit. "I know if you steal these books the alarm will go off," Addison shouted worriedly. Willa didn't even slow down. She just unhooked her necklace and threw it on the anti-theft, bypassing it. She walked out quietly, retrieving the necklace at the same time. Wyatt leaned into her ear. "Our necklaces have a way with electronics," he whispered to her. Then all the wolves headed for the exit, following their alpha. "I can't decide if this was super cool or super creepy," Bree whispered, watching them leave. Addison said nothing, just stroking her own necklace hidden under the collar of her cheerleader outfit. Chapter 7. Addison woke up the next morning with a small smile on her face. She had slept really well and felt rested. She moved a bit and frowned as she felt resistance against her stomach and on her arm. Slowly she opened her eyes. The room was in pleasant obscurity for her fragile eyes upon awakening, and she yawned, trying to chase away the last traces of sleep. Her gaze fell on Wyatt, who was still sleeping soundly in his chair, and suddenly she remembered the evening yesterday. She looked down to see Willa still clinging to her like she was a lifeline and the wolf was drowning. Addison smiled, and with her free hand, the other trapped in Winter's iron embrace that had moved overnight to get to her side, and gently stroked her hair, freeing it from her face. Willa frowned, before relaxing again. Slowly, the young girl freed herself from the embrace of the two wolves, straightening up to see the luminous numbers of her alarm. She had woken up earlier than usual, and took the opportunity to prepare in advance and give a little surprise to her favorite wolves. She stood up, disturbing the two wolves, who fortunately just yawned and turned to the other side, and slowly tiptoed out of her room, knowing their hearing was super sensitive. Her parents had to go to work early today, so she had the kitchen to herself, and she planned to make good use of the hour and a half she had saved to bake some pastries. Nothing too fancy, just a few chocolate muffins. She remembered that in her letters Willa had told her how much Wyatt loved S. Morris, so she knew chocolate wasn't a problem for them. She busied herself with making a decent breakfast, knowing that she would have to wake the wolves a little earlier so they could go home to change. She should also make some to take away, so the other wolves and pups can get a bite of it. A prayer that they all have a good day, in a way. She took out all the necessary ingredients for the muffins and put on an apron to avoid staining her cheerleader outfit. At the same time, she put the bacon and the eggs in the frying pan. Gradually, the kitchen began to smell like bacon and eggs, with a faint smell of chocolate on top. It was already salivating Addison, who took the muffins out of the oven and had a hard time not tasting them, but she didn't want to burn herself on the day of her captain's test. She set the tray on the counter and let them cool while she prepared a platter. She put the bacon and egg plates on it, added bread and toast, then put the muffins on a plate and added them to the mix. She grabbed the orange juice and put 4 glasses on the tray before taking everything delicately so as not to spill anything, and slowly went up to her room. The wolves were still asleep like wolf pups, and Addison smiled as she set the tray down on her vanity. She picked up her phone and photographed them. It will be her little secret. Then she walked over to Willa first and gently shook her shoulder. The wolf whimpered a little, but finally opened one eye and smiled when she saw Addison. Morning, Addison smiled, stroking her hair. Willa just gave a cute little howl before yawning and stretching all her limbs. Then she seemed to realize where she was, for her eyes widened and stood up with a start. Hey, calm, Addison whispered, touching her shoulder. Addison. Pan. She looked around and saw Winter and Wyatt still asleep. Then her gaze fell on the tray before returning to her. You fell asleep yesterday. Winter followed you after a few minutes, then Wyatt must have watched over us until he fell asleep himself. I made breakfast, she said simply to her silent question. My pack. You had already done your rounds before leaving, right? I know you wouldn't take any chances, so you should be fine. Although we will have to find an excuse as to why you didn't come home that night. Addison smiled at her and ruffled her hair. I'll wake up Winter and Wyatt. You can get ready in my bathroom if you want. I should have new toothbrushes in the closet. Serve yourself. Willa nodded, climbed out of the blanket before heading to the adjoining bathroom. Addison then turned to Winter, who had sunk deeper into the bed, making Addison laugh. She took another photo. She was sure Wyatt would love to see it. Addison ran a hand through her buns that had come undone overnight, pulling out a moan from the wolf, who tried to escape it. Addison leaned down and whispered in her ear. Winter? You have to wake up. Come on, little wolf. She moaned a little more, before opening her eyes and looking into Addison's. She straightened up slowly, rubbing her eyes, before examining her surroundings, the same way Willa had done. Her eyes lit up when she saw the breakfast tray, before she frowned at not seeing her alpha. Her nose twitched, and Addison watched in fascination as she turned to the bathroom, and her muscles relaxed. Their sense of smell is truly incredible, she marveled. Slept well? Winter turned to her, and she let out the same little howl Willa had earlier. I'm going to make a guess and say that means good morning. Addison laughs. I slept very well, Winter replied in a small voice. Say the tray. It's our breakfast, with a little surprise. At the same time, Willa came out of the bathroom, a big smile on her lips, and looking much more awake. Addison pointed at the tray, before walking over to the seat where Wyatt was sleeping. She winced at the awkward position he was in, and decided that if the wolves were going to continue their nocturnal visit, to plan something to prevent it. "Wyatt," she whispered. She only received a small moan in return, so she decided to come a little closer and shake his shoulder to stimulate him. She barely had time to drop her hand delicately, so as not to surprise him, when she was pulled forward sharply and landed on Wyatt's lap. He had buried his head in her neck, inhaling her scent, and tickling her when his nose passed over her skin. Almost instinctively, she carries her other hand, the one that was not placed in the wolf's, in her hair, stroking the small strands at the base of his neck and pulling out a few moans from him. Wyatt mumbled something she didn't understand, but the sound was enough to bring her out of her amazement. She heard the bathroom door open and Winter come out, and remembered that they weren't alone. She blushed to the roots of her hair before clearing her throat. "Wyatt? Wake up," she whispered. A moan and a blink later, and the wolf's chocolate eyes plunged into hers. He smiled tenderly at her before frowning at her embarrassment. He looked around and his eyes widened as he realized their position. "By the moon, Addison, I'm sorry." He let go of her, allowing her to stand up. Addison still had a red face, but she gave him a small smile. "It's okay, don't worry. Do you want to freshen up before eating?" He noticed the tray Willa and Winter were already serving themselves in, nodded, smiling, and rushed into the bathroom. Addison's arms dangled before shaking her head and heading to breakfast. She ignored Willa and Winter's smiles and helped herself. "Hey Addison, what is this?" Winter asked, pointing at the muffins. "Chocolate muffins," Addison smiles, helping herself to one. At the word chocolate, they rushed on it. Addison smiled at their excitement, and vowed to do it more often if it made them so happy. They moaned in pleasure as they took another one, and the three girls chatted a bit, until Wyatt came up behind Willa and stole her cookie, before biting into it. He froze for a moment. "Chocolate." Addison let out a small chuckle, and nodded, giving him another while she just drank her orange juice. She loved having them with her, and she hoped they could make up for all the years they had lost. "I also made some for the pack if you want to bring them some," she pointed to the box next to the tray. "Thank you, Addison, you didn't have to, said Willa, a little smile on her lips. "I know, but it made me happy. Really." "Speaking of the pack, what are we going to tell them?" Winter asked. The other three wolves turned to her, Wyatt's face already full of chocolate. "I mean, we spent the night outside the den and we reek of Addison's scent." "Good question," whispered the young girl. "Why not just tell them the truth? I admit that I'm not very keen on continuing the game of lies. But it's your grandma Winona who told us to hide the fact that we knew each other," contradicts Willa. "And I can't make you lie to your pack, Willa. You are their alpha, the ones they trust more than anything." Willa was silent for a moment, doubt visible in her eyes. Addison understood what she was feeling. On the one hand, her grandmother had warned them to never tell anyone about their relationship, and on the other, she couldn't help but think that she was betraying her family. Addison put a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe I have a solution," Wyatt said at last. The three young girls turned to him, and he struck up a silent conversation with Willa. The gaze game lasted a few seconds before Willa exclaimed, "No, Wyatt, absolutely not. Simon, Willa, the members of the pack already believe it, and you know the prophecy like me. And then, maybe it really is her." "It's impossible, Wyatt. She have a moonstone for years now, we would know if she was." "A moonstone that is not charged." Addison looked from brother to sister, like a tennis match, before turning to Winter. "What are they talking about? What are they talking about?" Winter jumped and turned to her, completely panicked. She twisted her fingers and refused to meet Addison's gaze. She only felt more confused. What could the twins be talking about that would make Winter so nervous? The wolf finally turned to Willa and Wyatt, who, despite their yellow eyes and sticking fangs, were still adorable with the chocolate around their mouths. Addison smiles. They were indeed brother and sister. "Willa, maybe it's true, said the young wolf in a small voice. Willa's eyes flashed in her direction, and Winter whimpered as she shriveled up a bit. The alpha seems to realize the force of her gaze, for she calmed down straight away and sighed. Wyatt, imagine that you are right and that she is the girl of prophecy. Would you really like to give her the necklace and condemn her to be ill? It seemed to freeze Wyatt in a long silence. He let out a long sigh and ran a hand through his already messy hair. You are right, but you can't deny that the resemblance is incredible. It's true. Willa turned to Addison and gave her a small smile. Addison knew she wouldn't have any information at this time, and despite her curiosity, she accepted his implied decision not to tell her at this time. When she felt ready, she knew Willa would tell her what she needed to know. But we can use that reason Wyatt finished. You could say that we were watching her, or that we were watching her parents, in case they knew where the Moonstone is. They are practically the rulers of the city after all. I can ask my parents. Addison reacts. They should know something. After all, Moonstone is kind of a source of energy, right? Willa and Wyatt exchanged a look before shaking their heads. Don't take it the wrong way, Addie, but I don't really trust your parents, Willa said cautiously, not wanting to upset her friend. To her surprise, Addison nodded, with a sad little smile on her lips. Understandable. I admit that I don't trust them myself. She glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table and swore. You'd better leave, if you want to go to your den before going to school. We're already late. She gave them the box of muffins for the other pack members and started to walk to her bedroom door, thinking they were going to follow her. She whirled around when she heard her window open and almost screamed in horror when she saw Willa jump over it. Winter followed her shortly after, but Wyatt hesitated for a moment. He turned to her and quickly approached her. See you soon. He leaned over her, and Addison thought she was dreaming as she felt lips as light and soft as butterfly wings touch her cheek. Before she could blink, Wyatt was already by the window and leaping over it, refusing to meet her gaze. Addison sat down in the chair the wolf had used for sleeping, her cheeks as red as a tomato. What had just happened? Chapter 8. But I don't understand why they want to demolish it. To build another cheerleading space. This power plant is our story. It tells about the creation of zombies. Eliza went silent when Emma and Gregoire, their history teacher, passed by them. They were supposed to discuss the positive aspects of the destruction of the power plant and the construction of the new cheerleading center. It was a method of their government to silence the protests that Eliza started. I know, Eliza, but everything will be ready soon. I have no idea how we could stop the demolition of the power plant in such a short time, Addison replied with a sigh. But a cheerleading center? We already have 3, not counting the gymnasium. Without wanting to offend you, Addison, cheerleading is not going to bring us more. Addison sighed again. She agreed with Eliza. No matter how much she loved cheering, she knew that unless she decided to become a pro, it would not bring her anything for her future. And even if she did become a pro, she only had 30 years before she had to stop. They would need a place that would serve everyone, whether young, adult, or elderly. For humans, zombies, and werewolves. Something that would bring them all together without impinging on the lives of others. Then we can come up with other alternatives, Addison decided. What? Addison smiled, a spark of defiance in her eyes. We only have to offer other alternatives to the cheer center. Why not a gym? A place where we could meet up with our friends without bothering each other. And then like that, we could welcome all the generations. We could create special machines for zombies and werewolves that would allow you to test your control without the Z bracelets and train your physical strength and that of the wolves. The more Addison spoke, the more she could imagine it, the more excited she felt. We could put a little cafe next door, some sort of cafeteria or a restaurant. Eliza was just staring at her with wide eyes in shock. Addison saw her gaze on her and calmed down a bit. It's a bad idea, she asked in a small voice. Eliza seemed to snap out of her shocked state and waved her hands in front of her. No, it is an excellent idea. Why didn't I think about it before, she mumbled. It's a great way to break down the wall between generations and between our species. Addison smiled, and the 2 girls spent the rest of the class planning to make the future building become the sports center of their dreams. She was going to convince her parents to do it, along with the abolition of the anti-monster laws. The class passed very quickly between their planning and their plans, and very quickly the bell rang signifying the end of the class, but not the end of their project. They parted in the hallway, Eliza going to her geography class and Addison heading to the courtyard. She had some spare time before her cheerleading practice at the end of the day, and she wanted to take some time for herself. Even though she loved the cheer, she couldn't help but be nervous about being a captain. She knew she had the skills to do it, but would the rest of the team be willing to change their outlook on cheerleading? She wanted to make it something that would bring people together and not just a way to get even more trophies. But the cheer was so competitive at Seabrook. Addie. Addison turned to see Winter beside her, her head tilted to the side in puzzlement. The cheerleader smiled at her and motioned for her to sit down next to her. Winter gave her a big smile and hurried to sit up, resting her head directly on her shoulder. Addison started scratching her head and let out a chuckle as she felt the wolf's muscles visibly relax. "You're stressed," Winter said at last, her eyes still closed and her nose buried in Addison's neck. She sighed and didn't try to deny it. Wolves were able to sense the emotions, thanks to the chemical reactions that take place in the body. Fear and nervousness are particularly recognizable to them. Canine instincts. Instead, Addison buried her head in Winter's hair, inhaling her forest scent. "I'm just thinking. Will I make a good captain? Will people be willing to follow me? Will they be willing to make cheering more than a competition up for grabs? I'm just a little worried that Seabrook won't accept my way of seeing cheerleading." Winter didn't waste a second. She pulled away from Addison and took her hands in hers. "If someone says anything to you, I will cut off their arm before mixing it to make their family and friends drink it. Then I will cut off their tongue so that they won't be able to say nasty things anymore before I just cut off their head, which I would put in a spade in front of the entrance to the competition hall, so that everyone will be warned that they mustn't hurt my Addie." Winter's brow furrows with a sweet pout on her lips, and Addison's mouth is speechless at her tirade. The wolf ended up lowering her eyes and said in a small voice, "Too much." Addison chooses this moment to burst out laughing, surprising Winter. She was laughing so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. It was too much, but Addison appreciated the fact that the young wolf was trying to protect her and cheer her up. This method was more violent than the one Wyatt used the day before, but it wouldn't change that for the world. She eventually calmed down, wiping her tears with her finger, before leaning in and kissing Winter on the cheek. "It was too much, but it was also what makes you the incredible wolf that you are, and I will not change you for the world. If someone hurts me, I'll let you avenge me yourself, as long as there is no death, okay?" At these words, Winter's smile widened and seemed to light up the whole yard. Addison prayed that nothing could ever take that smile away from her, that she would always be this innocent young wolf who loved to scare people but was so caring and wanted to get the things right, even if it was a little awkward. Winter. Willa came running up, a serious look on her face. She walked over to them and ran a hand over both of their heads, before turning to the wolf. One of the cubs started coughing. Willis came running to tell me, "I must return to the den. Can you tell Wyatt for me? Oh, and also take care of Addison for me, will you?" Winter nodded gravely, before curling up more against the young girl who patted her head in comfort. Addison knew that for the wolves, their young were what was most precious because they represented the future of the pack. That one of the pups was sick. She felt her heart tighten and wanted to moan with sadness. Willa turned to her and gave her a small smile. "By the way, Addison, they loved your chocolate muffins, and they begged me to tell you that they would like you to make them again. And I admit that I agree with them." Addison smiled a little and nodded, before Willa stroked their hair again and left for the forest behind the school. The bell rang at that moment. "Okay, that's my clue to go start the training. Before, I need to find Bucky so he can give me the captain's whistle. Will it be okay if you find Wyatt alone, Winter?" The wolf looked thoughtfully up at the sky before turning back to Addison with a big smile on her face. "It'll be fine, Addie. See you later." Addison nodded, and after a final scratch behind the ear, she stood up and walked back inside the school to find her damn cousin. Of course, he forgot to give her the whistle. Addison was certain that if he had the means to be both president of the student council and captain of cheerleading, he would. That whistle was practically stuck to the skin of his neck, and she wasn't even sure he was taking it off to go shower. This whistle was his blanket. She found him in the see-through cheerleaders' locker rooms, looking at himself in the mirror and practicing his signature smile. He saw her coming from her mirror and didn't let her take 2 steps before grabbing her arm and pulling her onto the couch. "Addison, you absolutely have to help me. I can't decide between my super beautiful and talented cheerleading Captain Smile and the amazing, unbelievably amazing cheerleading Captain Smile." He gave her his usual smile with his hands either way, and Addison had to admit that she had a hard time seeing the difference between the two. Except she knew her cousin, and she knew exactly what to say to get him to drop it. "How about the amazing, incredibly handsome and talented cheerleading Captain Smile?" Bucky looked at her for a second, before a big smile streaked his lips. He took her in his arms and squeezed a little too tight for his liking. "Very good idea, Addison. You just saved my career as president." If you hear him, you would think that he was going to pass the elections to become president of the United States, not that of the school. He turned away from her, heading out of the locker room. "Bucky, hold on." His cousin turned a frustrated pout on his face. "What, Addison? Can't you see I'm preparing for my future career?" Addison rolled her eyes. It wasn't like he wasn't panicked, not even 5 minutes ago. "The whistle, Bucky. I need the whistle for practice today." "You want my whistle?" "The one who proves to everyone that I am the captain of the team." The good joke. He laughed too loudly to be sincere, before turning his exasperated eyes to her. "You won't have this little gem until the day you become captain, Addison, not before." He turned to the dressing table that had his name on it and opened a drawer. Addison's eyes widened and had to make an effort to shut her mouth when she saw the 100 whistles it contained. Bucky grabbed one from the stack and threw it at her. "For now, you'll settle for a double," he smiled sweetly before leaving for good without looking back. Addison watched the whistle for a moment, wondering if what just happened. Was Bucky really that obsessed with cheerleading? If that had been the only one he was good at, she would have understood, but Buckley was also one of the best students in high school, and he was a good politician, despite everything she could think of. So why was he obsessed with cheer like that? She shook her head and put the whistle around her neck. She'll think about it all later. She had a workout to do, and she was going to do it right. She ran out of the locker room and headed for the gym, where everyone was already waiting for her. She smiles as she runs towards them. "I'm so fired up to lead this training. I'm sure together we can do anything." And she fell silent when she saw the embarrassed faces of the team members and frowned. Were they really that disgusted that she is leading the practice of the day? What if she ever became a captain? Would it always be like this? Before she could open her mouth, she saw Bree point her finger discreetly behind her. She turned back to the stands. No one was supposed to be here during practice, because an accident was quick to happen. She raised her eyebrows when she saw part of the pack seated, watching her. Everyone was looking at her like she was crazy. Some, what came from both sides, making her smile even wider. "I want you to stay," she pointed to the gym and the cheerleading members behind her. "Show me what you can do. After all, cheer is for everyone." She sensed the reluctance from both groups, but only smiled. Wyatt and Winter looked at each other before turning to her, a big smile on their faces. "Why not? We'll show you what our pack is capable of," Wyatt said at last, eliciting exclamations from the other wolves. "Our cheerleading group is not to be taken lightly either, is it?" The screams behind her made her smile, and she took Wyatt's hand, forcing him to walk with her to the center of the gym, where everyone had taken their positions. She let go of him to put herself in front of him, in the center of the formation. "We show you our routine, and we will adapt it later to incorporate you into it." "Okay." The other wolves moved behind their beta, who nodded with a small smile on his lips. Addison turned on the music and gave it all. She had fun seeing the astonished faces of the wolves, seeing them fly in the air as if nothing had happened, always keeping a smile. She knew they could hear their hearts pounding from the adrenaline and fear, because one wrong move and it was all over, and must surely be wondering why she wasn't showing on their faces. Why did they keep smiling when they were frankly terrified? The answer? Hours and hours of training and injuries to lose the number. The song ended with the applause of the wolves. Soon everyone started discussing how to make them part of their routine, and very quickly it all took shape. Addison drew on the whiteboard all the steps needed to form a good routine. Wolves preferred to stay on the ground, so cheerleaders will take care of somersaults, but they will still help as bases. Addison was thrilled to see everyone having fun and training as a team. The three races mingled effortlessly, and that was what she had always dreamed of. Allow everyone to find their place within their team, make it a family. She finished with her ending spin and landed in the arms of Wyatt, who also had a big smile on his face. The song ended on the ending tricks, and everyone held their position for 3 seconds before getting up or coming back to the ground and screaming with joy. Wyatt let her down and hugged her, hugging her tight with a laugh on his lips. Around them, she saw Bree and Winter discussing the tricks the first had performed, Matthew and Wiza complimenting Wyver on his sense of rhythm. She saw Rohan trying to convince Willow to attempt to make a figure as a flyer, as the latter stepped back, shaking her head. A wolf is not supposed to be in the air, she cried. She ends up being surrounded by Ellie and Zoe, who convince her and promise to show her how to not hurt herself. Her cheeks hurt from her oversized smile. You are all born cheerleaders, she exclaimed around her, pulling away from Wyatt's embrace, who just kept an arm around her shoulders. It's thanks to you, Addison. You are a born leader, Wyatt smiles. Addison smiled sweetly as she looked down at the floor, feeling her cheeks flush. But a sudden cough saw her lift her head suddenly, and her eyes filled with horror as Winter fell to her knees, held back by a worried Bree. Her necklace had turned a lime green, her eyes the same color. Wyatt let go of her and walked over to his little sister, Winter. Addison saw her shake her head slightly, keeping her gaze fixed on Wyatt. Her stone returned to its translucent white color in her eyes, the chocolate she loved so much, but the cheerleader couldn't help seeing that sick green again. She was about to say something when her cousin came in from behind. Well done, Addison. What a wonderful way to convince wolves to vote for me in the elections. Addison frowned as Bucky handed out his flyers introducing himself. She couldn't understand why he and Zed were so fixated on what was a school-wide popularity contest. Wyatt put a hand on her shoulder, having sensed her anger. I don't want to get into your politics, Bucky. Leave me out of it all. I invited them because I happen to enjoy them, and consider cheerleading to be more than winning trophies. It is a question of regrouping, of trust. It is also a question of sharing. Beautiful words, Addison, worthy of the future captain. Addison smiled instinctively, before frowning despite the applause behind her. She couldn't help but think that her cousin was trying to buy it with the spot she had always dreamed of. Of course, the cheer remains what I say it is, finished his cousin before leaving. Addison sighed, lowering her head. He would never understand. This city will never understand. They never saw beyond trophies and banners to decorate their hallways. No matter what Bucky said, if he made her captain, she would make cheer something that unites the world. She felt Wyatt slide his hand from her shoulder to take her hand and bring it back to him. You're a leader, Addison, she smiled as she heard him repeat the words he had said to her earlier. You are caring and courageous, and so beautiful inside and out. Never let jealous people tarnish your light, little flower. Addison smiled and blushed at the nickname, which surely had to be attributed because of that floral scent she gave off according to everyone she knew who had an overdeveloped nose. She almost said something when she heard the gym door slam shut. She saw a tuft of green hair moving away from the glass door. Puzzled, she smiled at Wyatt and ran to catch up with the zombie, not hearing the wolf's growl of annoyance and Winter's chuckle. She walked out of the gym and saw him right in front of her. Zed, what's wrong? The zombie turned to her, his brow furrowed and his stormy green eyes. Nothing is right. The campaign is stagnating, and the wolves do not want to fit in and mingle in the crowd. They are interested in cheer, she tried. She knew it was wrong. They were mostly interested in finding their Moonstone, and that was understandable if Winter's condition taught her anything. All that interests them is you, and you are only interested in him. Them. Addison couldn't take it anymore. She didn't understand who that person was in front of her, but it wasn't the kind zombie she had met earlier this year. This being in front of her was bitter and jealous, even though she had never promised him anything. She saw Zed's poster from afar and felt tears come to her eyes when she saw how different he was. She felt like she saw herself before revealing her natural hair to the world, afraid of her difference, stressed that they might think she was a monster, playing a comedy that wasn't her real personality. Do you know how hard it was for the zombies to fit in? And now everything is offered to the wolves on a silver platter. All I want is to give the zombies a chance to feel normal, to be accepted. I'm doing this for my people and for us. For you, so that we can go to the prawn together. They hate silver, Addison answered absently. And that she pointed at the poster is not fitting in. It is hiding your differences. It's being ashamed that you are a zombie. But that's exactly what makes you the super cool zombie Zed. Say the one who has worn a wig all her life. Addison froze and rested icy eyes on her friend. He seemed to realize his foolishness and opened his mouth to surely apologize, but Addison held up a hand to silence him. You're right, but it wasn't by choice. So excuse me for admiring people who celebrate their differences and who have enough self-confidence to know what they are. She planted it there, her mouth open, and headed for the locker room to change. She wanted to get home as quickly as possible and make herself some good chocolate to cheer herself up. Chapter 9. Addison ignored her parents on her way home and went straight up to her room. She didn't want to talk to anyone and just focus on her homework. She fell on her bed and closed her eyes, resting one of her arms on them to cut off the daylight for good, her other hand on her moonstone hidden under her t-shirt. She just couldn't believe it had happened. She couldn't believe Zed could have said something like that when he knew it was a sensitive topic for her. She couldn't believe Bucky could think of the cheer as a great political medium and using it to promote his campaign. She hadn't failed to notice that he and the Aces had landed just after cheer practice was over, as if they were waiting for the right moment to hand out their flyers. Most importantly, she couldn't get a pale, green-eyed Winter out of her head, coughing and falling to the ground. How many times has this happened so far? What about the other wolves? Willa? Wyatt? The pups? Willa had to leave to go help a cub after all. What if it was already too late? And how the human she was could help them? She felt helpless, and would like to have the answer in front of her eyes, a magic solution to solve all her problems. She finally got up with a sigh, and got up to take her notebooks out of her bag, looking at herself in the mirror of her dressing table. She touched the moon hair clip with her finger. Who are you really? She whispered to her reflection, before turning away. You are Addison. Addison jumped when she heard that voice in her mind. A voice she hadn't heard for a very long time. She remembered the little wooden house Granny Winona had retired to after the death of her maternal grandfather, against her mother's wishes. There are wild creatures in the woods, her mother had shouted the day she announced her decision. Granny Winona had only smiled as little 4-year-old Addison ate the candy offered to her under the table. Her mother hated candy and refused to let her daughter eat it, so her grandmother took matters into her own hands. She made sure to keep some stock for when her granddaughter came by and gave them to her secretly under her mother's nose, always accompanied by a wink. The only wild creatures are those who eat your heart from the inside. Anger, jealousy, fear, envy. They are the real monsters, his grandmother replied. At the time, Addison hadn't understood what she was talking about, but today she could not but agree with her. Her mother had gone in a fury, leaving Addison with her grandmother. She then turned to the little girl, her mouth sticking with candy. She laughed and reached for a handkerchief, which she moistened to wash her mouth. She told her at the same time, Little Addison, you will meet a lot of people who will make you doubt what you are, who you are, but never forget. Before being a human or a monster, before being a cheerleader, or a zombie, or even a werewolf. She had winked, which made the little girl giggle. ... You are, and will remain Addison Katrina Wells. You are Addison, and you are the granddaughter of the proud Winona Moonslava. Never let anyone make you doubt who you are. Addison inhaled sharply as the memory faded. She had forgotten. She had forgotten what made her Addison for almost 10 years of her life. And she was just beginning to find out what she could be. But she remains Addison Katrina Wells, granddaughter of the proud Winona Moonslava. She was a cheerleader, and hoped to make Seabrook a great place to live, both for wolves, zombies, and humans. She would make the cheerleading team a means of coming together, of sharing and of joy, more than a means of winning trophies that will be of no value in 5 or 10 years. And maybe one day she will find what she really is, but for the moment, she was happy to be her, all with her qualities and her faults. She tackled her homework with a newfound energy and a smile on her face, which vanished when she saw the mountain of homework her chemistry teacher had given them. She sighed and started it. 2 hours later, she threw her notebook away from her, a pout on her lips. I don't understand. How can we have exercises so different from theory? She sighed and grabbed her phone, tapping on the Brie icon. She had always been better at chemistry than she was, and she hoped she could explain to her what was eluding her. A hot chocolate will do me good, she sighed, putting her phone in her back pocket. She went down to the kitchen and was not surprised to see it empty. Her mother had a meeting for the demolition of the power plant, and her father was patrolling the streets. She couldn't remember the last time she had dinner with both of her parents. She sighed before taking out the ingredients to make a good hot chocolate with marshmallows, her comfort drink. Her day had been super hectic after all. She could only take one sip before a noise from outside made her jump. She rushed to the door, chocolate still in hand, and swung it open, preparing to have to punch the intruder. But there was nobody. She raised her eyebrows and decided to blame it on a bad joke and was about to go inside when she saw the huge scratch mark on her door. She jumped violently, almost dropping her cup, and decided to get out for good. And there, hidden in the shadows, and saw them. Willa had never looked more serious than now, and that made Addison nervous. Wyatt gave her a small smile, while Winter was begging her with her eyes. Come with us. With us. Despite her initial shock, Addison couldn't claim to be surprised to see them in front of her house. The wolves were desperate, and they needed outside help, even if the help came from a human. And she wasn't just any human. She was the mayor's daughter. She knew everything that was going on in town. She was in the best position to help them. And she was going to help them. She saw Winter and Wyatt looking at each other when she didn't move immediately, and felt Willa's nervousness despite their distance. She took a deep breath and placed her cup of chocolate on the deck chair next to her, before slowly descending the steps to arrive in front of the Alpha. The wolf gave her a small smile before turning on her heel and starting off. Addison followed closely behind, knowing that she was the safest with her. The Alpha wouldn't let anything happen to her, but that didn't stop Wyatt and Winter from standing on either side of her. She smiled at this very clear protective gesture, and had to refrain from shaking her head at their slightly overprotective side. The wolves passed first into Zombie Town, which looked like a fairy tale in all its light. Addison loved coming here at night to watch them and dance to the lights of the little yellow bulbs. But this time they had to be discreet, because someone should not see the mayor's daughter surrounded by a wolf. Knowing Seabrook, they will directly believe that she was kidnapped. Winter and Wyatt held her shoulder and hand respectively, guiding her to make as little noise as possible. Addison was fascinated to see them walk so quietly, never losing their grace. They eventually reached the edge of the forest, and after looking behind them one last time, they guided her into the depths of the woods. They walked for a very long time, the wolves being much more comfortable than her, as she stumbled every 4 steps over a stone. She finally huffed in frustration, her brow furrowed and her mouth pouting, the 15th time she nearly fell on her buttocks. She felt vibrations next to her, and turned to see Wyatt with his face turned away, laughing. She rolled her eyes. She'll make him do a pirouette jump during the next cheerleading session, and we'll see who will be laughing. She didn't dwell on the fact that she had just decided the wolves were going to stay in Seabrook, and just stuck her tongue out at Wyatt. The walk was silent, the wolves having slowed down a bit for her, and her hands and knees were grateful to them. They finally arrived in front of a sort of large cave, surrounded by gigantic stones. "Where are we going?" finally asks Addison. She looked around and thought to herself that the wolves will better walk her home afterwards if they didn't want her to get lost and end up as a moving snack. She would be unable to find the path on her own, that was certain. Willa replied without turning around. Addison's eyes widened. She thought they were going to take her to a quiet place to chat, to invite her to her place. She didn't even have a small present for them. "When we decided we absolutely had to talk to you, the pups begged us to bring you here. They wanted to thank you for the muffins from last time," Wyatt continued. "Normally it's a wolf's secret, but we thought we could make an exception for the kindness with which you greeted us," Winter finished. "You weren't hard to convince," either Wyver sneered behind them. "That's right, I've never seen the Alpha decide something so quickly," Wendy added, walking past Addison, offering her a smile. Addison saw Willa tense up a bit before relaxing, and she smiled, shaking her head. Her fun moment ended quickly when Winter started to cough next to her. Panicked, Addison took her by the arm and supported her as she seemed to want to spit out her lungs. Willa turned around just as quickly and stood next to her. Winter. The wolf shook her head as she recovered. She took her necklace from her free hand. "My collar is almost empty," she said in a small voice. Addison felt tears rise to her eyes. She understood what Winter was saying over there, and she really didn't like it. "Where is that damn Moonstone at?" She refused that her friends could die soon, but if she didn't do anything, that was what was going to happen. Willa glanced at her before picking up Winter and heading for the entrance to the den. The rest of the pack followed her, but Wyatt stayed behind with her. She turned to him. "Tell me the truth. How serious is it?" Wyatt refused to meet her gaze, but answered anyway. "Very. We're not even sure how many adults lasted since last time, and the coughs are getting worse. We need to find it, and quickly, otherwise this pack will be nothing more than a legend." He took Addison by the elbow and helped her down the stones that led to his house. Addison put her own hand over it, both to keep her balance in the dark, but also to reassure him, to tell him that she was there with him, and that she was there with him, and that she was going to help them the best she could. Wyatt seemed to have understood his message, for Addison saw a white flash. She smiled back at him as he let go and walked a bit ahead of her once the floor was flat, and the light shining down the hall. Winter, who was a little further away with Willa, spread his arms with a big smile on his face. The wolf's den. Addison had to blink a bit to get her eyes used to the soft bluish and purple light that lit up the huge room they were in. Stones set with runes were strewn throughout the walls. Her eyes widened when she saw the intricate stonework that gave this place an enchanted air. "Wow. It's beautiful," she whispered. Wyatt turned to her and smiled at her. "It's normal to be impressed," Winter told her, following them with Willa. The next few minutes were spent mocking Addison's howls as she tried to speak their language but couldn't quite manage it. They finally gave up when she made a cry louder than the others, which did not translate to something intended for the most chaste ears. "Careful. We have werepups here." He pointed to the wall behind him where all the children had gathered, laughing at her. "She has to put a pebble in the swear-wolf jar," Winter cried from behind her. Suddenly all the wolves were howling, and Addison hunched her head a little because of her embarrassment and winced. "Sorry." Willa wanted to say something, but the pups were faster. They got up from where they were all sitting and ran over to her. Addison soon found herself surrounded by a dozen or so children who didn't reach her taller than her waist, and knowing that she wasn't very tall, that spoke volumes. "Are you the human who made us muffins?" asked a little girl whose curly hair was kept in a quilt. "Oh, yes." The pups exchanged a look, smiled, and suddenly Addison found herself on the ground, the pups on her, licking her cheek and neck, shouting thanks. It's nothing, really," Addison was trying to say, glancing imploringly at Wyatt. He only smirked at him teasingly, as Winter was laughing to death next to him. The other wolves also let out little laughs. "Welcome to the wolf's den," Willow repeated, chuckling. "Where everyone ends up in the pup's slime." Addison laughed lightly, nodding her head. "Come on, that's enough." Willa stopped with a small smile on her lips. "I'm sure Addison fully understood that you like her a lot and want more muffins." "They are not the only ones," cried Willie, licking his lips. The other wolves nodded dreamily, again making Addison chuckle as she struggled to her feet now that she was free. "I'll bake more cakes, but I'll need to know if you have any allergies. I wouldn't want you to get sick." They all nodded. Addison dusted off her jeans and straightened up completely. "Not that I'm not happy to be here. It's really an honor for me. But what am I doing here? And without warning me first, I would have brought back more muffins if I had known." The wolves looked at each other. Wyatt hurriedly led the pups away, claiming it was time to eat, and soon it was just the teens around her. Willa moved closer to her. "Addison, we need your help." The girl raised an eyebrow. Her friend was way too formal. "Of course. What can I do for you?" The wolves exchanged a look. Wyatt gave her a reassuring smile as he stood to his sister's right, while Winter stood to her left. "What do you know about our history?" Willa ended up saying after a moment of silence. This time, Addison raised both eyebrows. Willa knew she knew practically everything, first from her grandmother, then from them. But she couldn't say that. She knew she couldn't say that, but she was also sick of lying. And she was sure her wolves had had enough too. She was about to open her mouth to admit it all, when she noticed something odd. The den was suddenly very quiet. The wolves looked at each other and avoided the gaze of their alpha, who frowned at the very unusual behavior of her pack. Wyatt and Winter also exchanged a puzzled look as Addison stepped back a little. "Okay, can someone tell me what's going on? What's wrong?" "Well, we already knew about Addison's existence," Alpha Wyver said at last. "We know she knows us and our legends." The four friends stared at her for a long moment, while her words entered their minds and were processed by their brains. "What?" The wolves moaned at their cry, the younger ones even covering their ears. "Wait, how do you know?" Willa asked, pinching the bridge of her nose, feeling the headache coming. "Well, you weren't the most discreet when you came back that day from your walk. And then you smelt the human," explained Willie. The elders immediately understood what had happened, but for some reason they didn't say anything. Wyland continued, running a hand through his hair in the stress. "They ended up telling us not to say anything and to leave you alone. And then every now and then you could still smell that smell on you, even though it was very faint." "My letters," Addison whispered. Attention returned to her, and she smiled. She wasn't going to be impressed by the family of her best friends when she was able to do a reverse double pirouette in the air without being sure to land on her feet. And the little gifts that suddenly appear. "Seriously, Alpha, I know we were all pups, but give us a little more credit," Wade added, teasing her lightly. The wolves squirmed a bit, vaguely embarrassed to confess their secret. Willa closed her eyes, while Winter and Wyatt still had their mouths on the ground. Addison shook her head and finally let out a laugh. Willa turned her head towards her, questions in her eyes. "No, nothing. I just remember how stressed we were the first day you spent the night with me. In the end, all's well that ends well, right?" The wolves looked at her for a moment before Wyatt laughed too. Winter followed shortly after, and soon the entire den was buzzing with their laughter. Willa just smiled and shook her head, wondering if that was her family now. They ended up calming down, and good humor had taken the place of embarrassment. Addison smiled brightly and turned to the pack. "I know that I have already introduced myself, but I would like to start again officially. I am Addison Katrina Wells, and I am delighted to meet you. Chapter 10. From then on, Addison felt more like she was at a welcome party. The pups had returned, and each of them wanted to tell her about their adventures in the forest. Addison listened intently, careful to react at the right time. She kept a small smile on her lips, happy to see that despite the situation, they knew how to keep a childish spirit. The teens sulked a little about not having their little human's attention, but they smiled at the energy that the little ones had. Willa had folded her arms, leaned against the cave wall, and looked at her little family. It had been a long, long time since they had been just young wolves of their age, and she loved seeing the smiles Addison put on the lips of her pack members. "Oh, can we do your hair?" Addie finally asked little Wayla, clapping her hands. "Yes." "A special wolf hairstyle," cried little Wyle, falling into the arms of the crouching teenager in front of them. He wrapped his hands around her neck, and Addison smiled as she held him to her. How could she say no when these darlings all had huge smiles on their faces? "I leave my hair at your disposal." She winked at them, and the pups screamed in joy before running down one of the hallways. She saw Willa stand up from the wall she was perched against and walk towards her. "Thanks, Addison. You don't know how long this den hadn't heard such loud, pure laughter." Addison got up from her squatting position she'd adopted earlier to chat with the little ones and gave her a small smile as she put a hand on her shoulder. "We'll find the Moonstone, Willa. I can promise you that." The alpha smiled back at her before shifting a bit when the pups came running back, carrying a stool, hairbands, and a few brushes in their tiny hands. Addison didn't even have time to move as she found herself on the stool, little hands already in her hair. She chatted with Wyver and Willie, the two cooks in the den, about the different ways to prepare meats, and out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Winter and Wyatt approach Willa, whispering something in her ear. It was too low for her to hear anything, even with her very good hearing, and anyway, she didn't want to spy on the conversation, so she continued chatting with the wolves around her, letting the pups do their magic. She saw Willa nod her head anyway, and Winter rushed down the back hall. Cheer. Daishin. It's finished. Addison smiled at the excitement of the young wolves and turned to them. So, how am I? She asked, gently running a hand through the braids she could feel. Very pretty. Looks like a wolf. You just need the fangs and the claws. Addison chuckled at the energy of the pups. They are not wrong, you really look like a wolf, wonders Wyatt next to her. Addison jumped. She hadn't heard him come near her, but she smiled at him when he looked down at her to give her that happy, relaxed little smile that she loves. All that's missing is the clothes, he finished, shifting to show Winter, who beckoned her over. Addison frowned, got up from her stool, and walked over to the young wolf. She took her hand and pulled her towards the hallway where she had disappeared earlier. Where are we going? She asked, looking around. She marveled at the runes that dotted the gray stones. She touched one of them with her finger and let out a little cry as she saw the stone shine a little brighter. Another light caught her attention from her t-shirt. She smiles before continuing to follow Winter into the depths of the den. In my room. We're about the same size, and I want to celebrate your coming to our house somehow. Addison stopped dead. She was the guest, she was the one who should have brought something back to thank them for their hospitality. It was not for them to give her gifts. Winter felt she had stopped a few steps behind her and turned to see the guilty look on her face. Addison saw her frown and came back to her. Addie? Why are you sad? Addison smiles a little, before sighing. I feel a little guilty. This is the first time that I came to your home, and I didn't bring anything for you. And you, since earlier you gave me gifts. The little ones made me a hairstyle that I know is beautiful without even having to see it. And you want to give me your own clothes. I just feel a little embarrassed. Winter frowned a little more before she leaned down to kiss her cheek. Addison let out a chuckle, before Winter took her hand again and pulled her in any direction. We're doing this because we like you, Addison. That's all. We don't need you to bake us cakes or give us gifts. For Willa, Wyatt, and I, you are already part of the family. The pups love you, and the other pack members are grateful for your kindness. Winter ends up turning into a small hallway before entering the third room on her left, hidden by a thick curtain. She turned to her once she was in the center of the room. As long as you continue to have this kindness and respect towards us, you can consider this den as your home. Addison was shocked at the little wolf's determined tone. She meant what she said and wasn't planning on changing her mind. She finally gave her a slightly wet smile, the tears having gathered at the corners of her eyes. Winter ended up clapping her hands. Now that that is settled, let's get down to business. Otherwise the others will accuse me of monopolizing you. Oh, and there is a mirror behind you if you want to see your new hairstyle. The pups did a great job. She turned, and Addison took the opportunity to examine the room. Like the whole den, it was made of stone. Runes quietly shone on some rocks, lighting up the room effectively. On the top of the wall in front of her was an elongated loophole-shaped window, which let in the soft light of the moon. The bedroom had a bed made of furs, the same as she had at home, a magnificent wooden dressing table, carrying a mirror with a gilded frame. On the opposite wall, there was a large hut carved into the stone, surmounted by a few wooden shelves. Winter was rummaging in it, so Addison imagined that was where she put her clothes. She let the wolf mumble under her breath, and walked over to the dressing table mirror, curious to see what the children had done. From the first glance, her breath caught. Her hair was dotted with small white braids, crossed and crisscrossed to form a thicker and more intricate braid. They had tied it all with her own beret at the base of her neck, leaving her hair loose behind her back. Wow, she whispered. Impressive, eh? We wolves have always had a very special fashion sense, and we love our style, Winter told her from behind her. And you're right. It's amazing. And it's made by kids. Addison couldn't help but touch the small braids at the base of her head and move down to the larger one, feeling all the bends. It's super professional, she finally said, turning to the wolf with a big smile on her face. Winter had yellow jeans, a purple t-shirt, and a fur jacket in her arms, which she handed her. "Here, put this on. I'll wait outside while you change." "Are you sure, Winter?" The wolf didn't give her time to doubt. She put the clothes in her hand and disappeared outside. "Okay, she's sure," Addison laughed lightly. The clothes were soft to the touch, and despite their tight-fitting nature, she didn't feel like she was suffocating in them, which was a miracle. The fur on the jacket was warm and as soft as the ones in her house, and Addison found herself stroking them absently. She ends up folding her own things before turning one last time to the mirror. She really looked like a wolf like that. Too bad she wasn't one for real. She walked out of the bedroom to see Winter leaning against the opposite wall, her feet crossed in front of her. She looked up when she saw her coming and gave her a big smile as she jumped up beside her. "Wow, you look like a real wolf. You just need a moonstone and some might almost think you've lived your whole life with us." "It does in a sense, right? Even though we haven't seen each other since that day we grew up together, no. So, in a way, I've lived my whole life with you. And for Moonstone, that can quickly be sorted out." Addison smirked as she pulled the necklace out from under her t-shirt, tightening the leather tie so that it fell squarely on the base of her neck. Winter looked at her, her hands pressed together, looking happy. She finally jumped on her, nearly knocking Addison down, and plunged her face into her neck, inhaling her scent. "Hibiscus and lilies. It's really heartwarming," she sighed. Addison put her arms around the wolf, holding her to her. The last few days, Winter had really scared her with her cough, and the girl knew she absolutely had to find the Moonstone, urgently. But for now, she was comforting herself by telling herself that she was there, alive and in her arms, safe. She ends up shifting a bit and smiles softly. "What if we went back to show the others my superb makeover, in true werewolves fashion?" Winter smiled and took her hand, gently pulling it in the right direction until they reached the great living room. The other wolves had started playing with bamboo branches, jumping from hollow to hollow to hollow, waiting for them, but everyone stopped when they saw them enter. "Wow. Addison, you're beautiful," cried Wyatt. The other members of the pack began to compliment her too, causing the girl to blush down to the roots of her hair, but the smile she wore on her lips didn't budge. "Really?" "Yes, you were already very beautiful before, but now, you're sublime," said Wyatt to her, approaching. Addison looked away. The intensity in Wyatt's made her nervous. She folded her hands in front of her, not noticing the look Willa gave her brother. "Is that a moonstone around your neck?" Wade asked, pointing at the object. "Oh yes, we gave it to her in our last letter," Willa explained. "The stone was already pretty much empty. We weren't going to use it anyway." "Suits you very well, Addie," said Wanda, wrapping her arms around her waist. "Come on, let's play." The other pups took her hands and directed her to where the bamboo set was before one of the older wolves could say a word. Willa opened her mouth to protest, but when she saw Addison's beaming smile and heard the children's laughter and cries of joy, she closed her mouth with a small smile. Addison played with the children as Wyver, Wylus, Willow, and Worry opened and closed the bamboo branches, attempting to trap them. The children were screaming as they jumped from side to side. Addison let herself go with them, screaming too, grabbing them, or pushing them gently to throw them off balance. "Looks like she's lived her whole life here," Wyatt whispered. Addison smiled at the tender tone of her voice, before grabbing Little was to rest him on her shoulders. He burst out laughing as he raised his arms in the air, Addison continuing to jump between the bamboos, still being careful that the little one clung to her. Eventually the game ended, and the children had to go to bed. Addison was fascinated to see the pups' obedience. Once Willow called them, they stopped, still laughing, before coming over to Addison and hugging her. "You will come back?" asked little Wren, seeming to contain her tears as she hugged her. "Yes, I promise," Addison said, scratching her head. "And you will bring back cakes?" The girl chuckled at Wen's innocent question, before nodding. After one last good night, Willow gathered them together and brought them to where she now knew the bedrooms were. Addison sat down on one of the stones, breathless from all the dance and play. She felt more than she saw Willa, Wyatt, and Winter come close to her and sit beside her. She rested her head on Wyatt's shoulder, a smile on her lips. "So that first night with the wolves?" asked Willa. Unbelievable. I had imagined the scene 100 times since our last letter, but I never could have guessed it. She pointed to the den. The other members of the pack were gradually starting to come near them. She smiled at them from her position before stifling a yawn from her hand. Sorry. It's been a very long day. But you didn't bring me here to talk about my day, or to play with the pups, did you? Addison tried to lift her head, but Wyatt's hand stopped her. You can stay like this if you're tired. Playing with pups is exhausting, we all know that. The other wolves nodded, a small smile on their lips. Willa turned to her, looking serious. Addison. Her words were cut off by the sudden appearance of Zed, who took the young girl by the hand and literally threw her behind him. Zed? Stay away, wolves. You really don't want me to become zombies on you. Turning her head, she saw Bonzo, Bree, and Eliza running into the den. But what are they doing here? It's going to end very badly, Eliza mumbled. Addison agreed with her. Zed looked furious and she couldn't understand why. Suddenly Zed's bracelet fell to the floor, and Addison saw in horror Zed's veins turn black and his skin red, and she literally jumped at the sheer roar he gave. He'll wake up the children. Wolves, cried Willa. Around them, the wolves began to growl, their necklace sparkling with their amber eyes, preparing to attack. She couldn't blame them. An intruder was in their home, threatening them and their families. She would have reacted the same way. She had to do something, and fast, before someone ended up very badly hurt. Willie was the first to charge, but Zed grabbed him and threw him against one of the stone walls. Addison let out a cry of fear, knowing that if she couldn't find a way to calm things down quickly, it was going to end more than badly. She saw Zed's bracelet shining on the floor and ran to pick it up. She heard Wyatt's cry as she walked over to Zed again, but she ignored him for now, placing the bracelet around the zombie's wrist and closing it. Normally she had no problem with him taking off his bracelet to protect himself and those he cared for, but punching before asking questions. It was immature and dangerous. Once everything returned to normal, Addison felt the wolves calm down around them and sighed in relief. She stood in front of him, hands on her hips, very annoyed. What in the world took you to do that? She punctuated each word by digging her finger into his chest. Zed didn't even have the humility to look guilty. On the contrary, he stood at his full height. You were surrounded by werewolves. You were in danger. In danger? Will I be dressed and styled like this if I was in danger? Did you hear me screaming for help? Have you seen me tied to a pole? Do you see any injuries anywhere? Zed, I am here of my own free will. I told you, said Eliza from where she was. She was having fun, and she was just chatting. You just had to let your jealousy speak, and you just ruined not only her day, but also her night now. Well done, Zed. It's my fault, Bree said at last, pulling out her phone. You sent a call for help, and I panicked. Addison rolled her eyes, but couldn't help but smile. Haven't you seen the vial emoji? She asked more gently, pointing to the message. I needed help with the chemistry homework. Bree turned the phone over to her and let out a small, embarrassed chuckle. Now I see it. By the way, I love this new style. It looks great on you. Addison smiled at Bree's cheerful look. She had made a mistake, but she hadn't come out roaring, so she forgave her. She knew Bree would have waited until she could talk to her before drawing any conclusions. It's the special werewolf style. They are very good hairdressers, she joked. We're also good at manicures, Winter cried, showing her painted claws. The wolves, smiling now that the danger had passed, also showed their fingernails. So you weren't in danger of death? Zed finally asks. No, Zed. Addison sighed. I was in as little danger here as I am in Zombies Town. We played and we talked, that's all. Zed was about to say something when an earthquake shook the entire den. Addison only stayed on her feet, thanks to her exceptional sense of balance. She saw a few wolves fall to their knees before turning to the watchtower. Dear Mother, what is happening? Willa asked in a harsh voice. I don't know, but we'll find out right away. Addison pointed to the watchtower through which we could see light shining through the night. Then she ran to the staircase, followed by her small group of friends. From a distance, the power station could be seen lighting up like fireworks. "The power plant," Zed whispered. "They're probably testing the final charges for tomorrow," Addison supposed. The group looked at the white lights, before Eliza sighed. "The birthplace of the zombies will be reduced to nothing." Addison put a hand on her shoulder and smiled sadly at her. "Even if the plant were destroyed, she will ensure that their project is validated and undertaken." She made the promise to herself. Incredible, eh? A little lime soda with a mysterious energy source, and bam, he startled Winter, who was standing next to him. The zombies appeared. Winter groaned, her eyes and stone gleaming in the dark, and Zed jumped. "It's all well and good, but it has nothing to do with us," Willa snapped. Addison winced. Willa and Fear never got along well. Then she froze. A mysterious energy source. The colonists had found a mysterious energy source to power the plant. "No, Willa, that has everything to do with you," she cried. She felt the puzzled looks around her, but she was too excited by her discovery to care. A source of mysterious energy which gave its power to the plant. What if it was your Moonstone? It's quite possible, right? That would explain the weird signal I got at the center. It looked a lot like yours, but I didn't think about it more than that. But if something belonging to wolves is in it, then it fits perfectly," Eliza exclaimed. The three wolves looked at each other. "She's amazing," Wyatt laughed. "Addison, you are amazing, and you just might have saved our lives." Addison only smiled. "If what you're saying is true, then we have a chance," Willa whispered, never taking her eyes off the power station. Winter didn't say anything, but Addison felt her hand take hers and squeeze it hard with emotion. Addison couldn't believe it. The answer was in front of their eyes the whole time. Now, the demolition had to be stopped. Chapter 11. Bay. "I'm going to talk to my father tonight. I'll ask him to stop the demolition, at least until we can find the Moonstone," decided Addison. "Addison, if you do that, you risk getting grounded," Bree worried, encircled by Bonzo's arms. "And if I do nothing, the wolves will die. I can survive a week of grounding, but death is still fatal." The determination in Addison's eyes spoke volumes about what she was thinking. Eliza smiled, as Winter couldn't take it anymore, and jumped into the girl's arms. Addison could feel her shaking all over her body, in relief or in fear. She didn't know. She just knew that Winter was among those most affected, and that she was regaining hope. Wyatt put a hand on her shoulder, making Zed growl, and gave her a big smile. Willa still didn't take her eyes off the power plant. "Addison, Wyatt will take you home. See you at school, tomorrow." "What? We don't need him to," Zed started. Addison freed herself from Winter's arms, keeping a hand around her, and with her elbow hit Zed. "Stop talking about what you don't know. There are wild animals that hunt at night, so unless you want to end up as a zombie snack, you'll kindly accept the escort." Willa smirked at Addison's words. Everything she said was true, and she would never risk her friend's life. So even if it wasn't safe, she preferred that Wyatt be tasked with protecting her. She pushed her brother back a little, as far from prying ears as she could. Even so, Addison could still hear them. "Watch over Addie, okay? Stay close to her house while she talks to her father." What her human friend said does not inspire confidence. If she needs help, take action, but only if she needs help. Out of the corner of her eye, Addison saw Wyatt's necklace light up, and instinctively she knew that Wyatt had just made a promise to his sister, without saying a word. Addison smiles before shaking her head at the overprotective nature of her wolves. Very quickly, after a few last hugs, their little group headed for the forest in the most intense silence. Wyatt walked a bit ahead of them, leading the way, Eliza just behind to light the way with her tablet. Bonzo and Bree were walking right behind them, talking in low voices, making Addison smile. These two had finally found each other and she was happy for them. Zed was walking beside her, his hands in his pockets, but she could see the look he was giving her every now and then. "So, you're a wolf now." "What? When in the world did I say I was a wolf?" Zed spoke quietly enough that he couldn't be heard over the sound of the wind and the leaves, but Addison clearly saw Wyatt's ears twitching. She smiled, knowing he was listening to her conversation, before sighing. I never said that, Zed, but if I was, would it change anything between us? Would you stop being my friend if I suddenly had fangs and claws? I just don't want you to change, Addie. I find you perfect the way you are now. Addison turned her head towards Zed but kept her eyes fixed in front of her. Now was not the time to end with a broken bone. Zed, I'm not a doll. I grow and mature. I will definitely change. I'm only 16 and my whole life is ahead of me. Asking me not to change is a bit selfish. Zed was silent. We all have to change for one reason or another. The main thing is to know what is deep within us. Addison gave her a last smile before stepping up to walk beside Eliza. She put a hand on her arm and gave her a small smile. Addison smiled at her before meeting Wyatt's gaze. He wasn't smiling, but his eyes locked in a rare intensity. Addison saw him open his mouth before closing it and resting his eyes on the road again. The rest of the way was done in silence. Once in Zombie Town, Eliza said goodbye and headed for her house. Zed hesitated a moment before doing the same. Bonzo will take me home, Bree said, smiling. She waved to them before taking the hand of the zombie to walk towards his house. Addison smiles at this image. She was happy for Bree. She deserved to be happy. Let's go. She turned to see Wyatt's outstretched hand, who also had a small smile on his lips. She rolled her eyes, but took his hand and let him pull her in the right direction. They left the magical landscape of Zombie Town at night to enter the well-organized districts of Seabrook. Are you okay, Addison? Addison gasped when she suddenly heard Wyatt's voice before turning her eyes to him, still walking. Yes, why? He didn't meet her gaze, but squeezed her hand a little in hers. You left running after training, and then I didn't see you until tonight. And then Zed decided to attack. It wasn't a good day for you, right? Addison smiled a little and stopped, forcing Wyatt to do the same. Oh, she wasn't fooled. If he had wanted to continue walking, she could only have followed him, but she appreciated the fact that he respected her wishes. It's true that a lot has happened today, but it wasn't a bad day. Maybe a good day punctuated by small incidents, but not a bad day. You know why? Wyatt shook his head. Addison smiled and counted on her free fingers. Let's see. I led the cheerleading training and I took the test to become a captain. I managed to get you involved with us. She winked at him. I get to see your home, meet the cubs. I was given a wonderful makeover. And most of all, I was able to help you find your Moonstone. So, yeah, I had a fight with Zed, but it's normal between friends. We argue to force the other to see our point of view, then we reconcile. It's not fun at the moment, but it's necessary to have a healthy friendship. She walked over to Wyatt and took his other hand, resting their forehands on his heart. And the best part is that I was able to find you, Willa and Winter. I'm the happiest in the world right now. She gave him a beaming smile, which Wyatt instinctively returned. He let go of her hands and took a step closer, removing the slightest distance between their two bodies. Addison lifted her head to maintain eye contact, and what she saw in his made her shiver from head to toe. She blushed, not quite knowing why, and suddenly felt shy. Wyatt leaned over her, and Addison closed her eyes. She felt Wyatt's lips on her cheek before he slid down her neck. Instinctively, the young girl tilted her head to the side to give him better access, shivering again. You are cold? Wyatt asked in a whisper. Addison shook her head, unable to utter a word. Wyatt slid his nose against the sensitive skin behind her ear before wrapping his arms around her and hugging her. It was warm, and the fur of his jacket was soft. Addison curled up against him and inhaled his forest scent. She felt good like that, a little drowsy even. She closed her eyes, and for once, let someone else carry her burden for a few minutes. 5 minutes later, they let go, a little reluctantly, but Addison had to go home. Her father was probably already home, and she had to talk to him before he decided to go to bed. Wyatt led her through the streets of Seabrook, his hand still in hers, before he stopped outside Addison's house. I won't be far, okay? If there is any problem, I will intervene. Addison nodded before Wyatt leaned down and kissed her forehead. She smiled at him before letting go of his hand. She ran to her front door and entered as quietly as possible. If her father knew she had gone out, he wasn't even going to let her talk to punish her. Fortunately, he was not in the living room. Addison took the opportunity to walk quickly to her room. She closed the door and changed quickly, making sure to fold Winter's clothes. She kept her hairstyle on. She could still argue that it was a hair experiment, quickly put on her pink pajamas before going down the stairs to the living room. This time she saw her father in the kitchen. "Dad." Dale Wells turned to her, a smile on his face, and flinched when he saw her hairstyle. "Addison, why are you still up? It's late." The young girl crossed her arms in front of her, in a sign of defense and protection towards herself. "I was actually waiting for you. I need to talk to you." His father raised an eyebrow before pointing to the living room sofa, where they sat across from each other. "Go on, darling. I'm listening to you." Addison took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She opened them, a determined look on her face, shocking her father. Since when did her little girl could look so serious? When had she stopped being a carefree young girl? When did she start to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders? Addison could almost read those thoughts in her father's eyes, and the answer was forever. It was not easy being the daughter of the mayor and the head of the Z Patrol. She had built herself a very thick shell, which started the day she had to put on that damn wig and was just starting to break it. "You have to stop the demolition of the Seabrook energy plant." "That again?" "Addison, we've already discussed this." "No, Dad. It's no longer a simple question of aesthetics or whatever. It's a matter of life and death. If you destroy the plant tomorrow, the werewolves will die." Addison didn't raise her voice. She kept her voice even though she wanted to yell at him to stop. But her father was a politician above all else. If he saw any crack in her mask, he would exploit it, telling her that she's too invested or something. She had to be detached for him to listen to her. "It can't be that bad, right?" Addison froze, then glared at him. How could he say something so heartless? It's like he couldn't even consider that the werewolves are breathing beings that have a right to live. She felt her eyes sting with repressed tears and took a profound inspiration to calm herself before starting again, fierceness wrapping her tone. "Dad, would you be ready to have in your conscience the life of a teenager of my age? Children of little Alia's age? Children under 5? Would you be ready to have babies dying on your mind? I will no longer be able to see myself in a mirror if that was the case. If you destroy the plant tomorrow, you will have 100 lives on your conscience. Innocent lives who did nothing to deserve death. Werewolves are bloodthirsty, and yet they are also a family," pleaded Addison, begging her dad to understand. "They take care of each other. They are protectors of their own, and they have been forced to mature and grow too quickly. And when did they do us harm? A week ago, we didn't even know they existed." The history books. There, Addison literally burst out laughing. "Books aren't always right, Dad. You know that history is always written by the winners. The settlers have arrived in the territory of the wolves. Of course they were going to defend their land. We're invaders. Dad, we took their house away from them. And when they tried to defend themselves, they were also robbed of the only thing that would allow them to live. The source of energy that powered Seabrook Power. The one who, with the soda, created the zombies. It was theirs. And it was stolen from them. We stole it from them. And now, because of the decision of our ancestors not to see beyond the tip of their noses, we have the death of an entire civilization on our conscience. How many women and children have died because they did not have their source of energy? How many deaths are we responsible for?" At this point in her tirade, Addison's tears were flowing freely from the corners of her eyes, and she could see that her father was also having a hard time containing his emotions. "I refuse to be a murderer. If I let you continue with the demolition, then I'll be one. Dad, I beg you, don't make your daughter a murderer. And don't make me the daughter of a murderer. Postpone the demolition until their power source can be found and the wolves can bring it home. I ask you as your daughter, but also as a citizen who seeks to protect her family." Addison could see that her speech had hit the nail on the head. Her father was reluctant to answer, which was a first in itself. Usually he always had something to say. He finally sighed. "Very well. I will tell the workers tomorrow to shut down the site and defuse the explosives. Afterwards, we all go looking for this mysterious source of energy. Are you okay?" Addison gave him a big smile between her tears and threw herself to his neck, thanking him 1,000 times. Her father seemed surprised at this gesture of affection, before wrapping his own arms around her, gently stroking her hair. "And now we have to go to sleep. Good night, Addie." Addison smiled. Her parents hadn't called her Addie since her grandmother died. She kissed his cheek before running back to her room. No sooner was the door open than she found herself pulling inside and gripping very tightly. She recognized Wyatt's scent and hugged him back as hard as she could, tears of joy and relief streaming from both of their eyes. "You created a miracle," the wolf whispered to her. "Addison, you are a miracle." Addison didn't have the strength to answer anymore. She just laughed happily, her heart lighter. Chapter 12. The next day, Addison woke up alone, but ready for this new day. Wyatt had left her yesterday after their emotional moment. He had to return to the den to give the good news to his sister, but he promised to come see her at school. Addison hurried to get ready, but when it came time to get dressed, she hesitated. Could she put on the clothes the wolves lent her, or did she have to put on her usual blue outfit? She glanced at Winter's amber and purple outfit and frowned when she saw a pink post-it hanging over it. She walked over to the hanger that held the outfit and pulled out the post-it to read it. "I would love to see you in this outfit again. It looks great on you, Wyatt." Addison smiled, stroking the paper with her finger before sticking it to her mirror. Wyatt must have written it down when he waited anxiously in her room, and she had been far too tired to notice anything unusual the night before. She hesitated for a second before unhooking the outfit from the hanger and pulling it on. There was no training today as they had to prepare the cafeteria for the prawn, so she left her gym bag in her closet. She tied her hair with her favorite barrette and let her moonstone hang in the crook of her neck. That his father didn't even notice it the day before was a miracle, by the way. Then she left her room. The meal with her parents had been disastrous, but Addison just smiled and ate her breakfast before heading to school. There, too, she saw people looking at her strangely, which made her roll her eyes. What? Couldn't she try another style every now and then? Addison, you put on the wolf's outfit. Bree came running up to her and grabbed her arm. Addison smiles at her. I thought this was the perfect opportunity today. I managed to convince my father to postpone the demolition of the power station until the Moonstone could be found. What, you managed to convince your hot-headed father who refuses to be wrong to stop the demolition? Asked Eliza, joining them. Addison smiled and nodded. Eliza widened her eyes and applauded. Wow, well done. It is an exploit. I played on the sensitive chord. Addison let out a mischievous smirk before she burst out laughing with her two friends. What are you laughing about? Zed arrived last Addison and put his arms around her shoulders and those of Eliza. Zed, I managed to convince my father to postpone the demolition. Wolves have a chance to survive. It's awesome. I'm super proud of you. He put his two arms around her and hugged her. Addison, very happy, let him and hugged him back. He finally let go and turned to the other two girls to hug them too. By the way, are you coming to the debate after school? He asked once having looked around. Of course we'll be there to cheer you on. Addison smiles. It's your big day after all. Zed smiled one last time before saying goodbye to them and running to the auditorium where the candidates were to meet to prepare for the afternoon debate. Addison smiled and turned to Eliza. She opened her mouth to speak to her before frowning, suddenly feeling nauseous. Addison, are you okay? Bree asked, seeing her wobble a bit. Her two friends each took one of her arms, holding her upright. As quickly as it appeared, Addison felt better and straightened up on her own. She gave Bree a small smile. Yes, it's okay. It's just the lack of sleep, I think. I went to bed quite late last night. Bree nodded but didn't look convinced. She exchanged a worried look with Eliza before turning to her. Addison smiled back at them, which didn't reach her eyes, but she couldn't worry them like that. Are you planning to come for the search later? She finally asks, heading back to class. Bree and Eliza exchanged one last look before following her. Yes, my probe has already picked up the Moonstone signal. I should be able to find it to guide the excavation. and I asked the Z team this morning by message. They all agreed to come and lend a hand, Bree smiled. Addison's eyes widened at this new information. She knew that humans and zombies were still very uncomfortable with werewolves. A big smile stretched her lips before her excitement finally took hold, and she threw herself into Bree's arms. It's so great. With everyone, we are sure to find it now. Bree laughed with her, and Eliza just smiled. The bell rang and they parted to go to class, the dizziness already forgotten. Addison spent a fairly quiet morning, despite her sudden fatigue which manifested in yawning and very heavy eyes. Several times the teachers had to call her to get her out of her daydreams, and her math teacher, one of the classes she shared with Eliza, even asked her if she wanted to go home if she felt so tired. No, it's okay, thank you, Mr. Kyle. I'm sorry. The professor gave her one last worried glance before returning to class. Eliza gave her a worried look, which she responded with a small smile and a shake of head. It really is not the day to get sick. She had promised the wolves to help them, and she will do it until the end. She will rest once the Moonstone is safely in their den. The midday break finally arrived, but her migraine continued to escalate in intensity, and a weird cough was gouging out her lungs. Addison was at the point where she needed to hold onto Eliza to stay upright. She had closed her eyes to try to calm her dizziness and let herself be guided slowly towards the cafeteria. She didn't feel the wolves arriving and jumped when she heard Willa's worried voice. What's wrong with her? A callous little hand stroked her cheek, and she nuzzled it, liking the pleasant feeling against her sensitive skin. Willa, she's hot. Winter's hand. Addison whimpered a bit as the hand moved away from her cheek. She felt Eliza let go, and she would surely be falling if it hadn't been for another arm to wrap her around to hold her against a warm chest. The smell that emanated from that body was super comforting for her, and she nestled a little more against this person's neck. I don't know, Willa answered the zombie to the question the wolf had asked just before. She was fine this morning, and all of a sudden she started to feel dizzy and feel super tired, like Sleeping Beauty tired. Then she started to cough. And nothing unusual happened between these two moments, Wyatt asked, causing vibrations in Addison's body. So it was Wyatt who was holding her. Addison moaned again and let herself be handled like a rag doll. She had no strength left, and her headache was slowly killing her. Not to mention that itch in her throat, as if she had swallowed an iron spike and it was trying to get it out. She put a hand on her throat, massaging it lightly, trying to make the pain go away. Addison. The young girl opened her eyes to see Willa right in front of her, looking worried, but eyes soft. Addison, how are you feeling? Tired, she whispered. I know, little flower, Wyatt said, gently stroking her back, but Willa needs to know exactly how you feel. Addison closed her eyes again, not even noticing that her friends had led her into the empty women's locker room during midday to sit her on a bench. Or rather, she was sitting on Wyatt's lap, who was sitting on a bench. Migraine. Sore throat. Sore throat. How does it hurt you? Willa squeezed, putting a hand on her forehead. Spike. Tired. She didn't see the worried looks that the wolves exchanged. Eliza and Bree were right behind them, watching them, dumbfounded at the tenderness with which they treated their friend. They had never seen them behave like this with another human. Addison stayed nestled against Wyatt, who continued to run a reassuring hand down her back and through her hair. It can't be Winter, whispered. We would know if that was the case, right? The necklace was almost empty when we gave it to her, and if she had never put it on, Willa turned to Bree, her gaze serious. Bree, have you ever seen Addison with a necklace like mine before? The girl was startled to be addressed so abruptly and stammered a little while answering. I've only known Addison since last year, but I've never seen her with. In any case, not around his neck. Me neither, Eliza added when Willa turned to her. The wolf huffed and turned to Addison. Her gaze moved to where her necklace had been for the last few days, and she cursed as she didn't see it in the crook of her neck. Wyatt, Winter. It's no longer there. Her necklace is missing. Maybe that's why she feels so bad. It can't be. Willa without it. I know, Wyatt. We're going to have to find it. Or at least find our Moonstone. Apart from ours, all the extra necklaces we have are empty. Willa. Not all of them. The alpha turned to Winter, who had lost her somewhat carefree demeanor. She bit her lower lip, thinking. Bree and Eliza followed the conversation with frowns, not quite understanding what was going on. Or rather, Eliza had a good idea, but it was impossible, right? Winter, go get Wylan. Tell her to run to the den and look for the chest Willa finally decided. Wouldn't it be easier to take Addison to the den, Wyatt asked, not taking his eyes off the girl. Normally yes, but Addison's under no condition to be moved now. Willa sighed. Sorry to interrupt, but what is Wylan supposed to bring back? Finally asks Eliza. The two exchanged a look before Willa opened her mouth. And think before you tell me it's a wolf secret, growled the zombie. It's one of my best friends who your brother has in his arms, and I would really appreciate it if you didn't lie or hide the truth from me. Willa closed her mouth and raised an eyebrow before letting a smile appear on the corners of her lips. She approached the zombie until their faces were only inches apart. Oh? And what will you do if I refuse to answer? Eliza didn't look down and stared at the wolf without blinking. Last year I hacked Zed's bracelet so he could play football, and I built a whole revolution plan, which was ready to go, and which would have been used if Zed hadn't convinced us to do otherwise. Believe me when I tell you that I can be very, very imaginative and resourceful. It was Eliza's turn to smirk, and Willa imperceptibly nodded before pulling back. She knew how to recognize a leader when she saw one, and Eliza considered Addison to be her family. This protective side was very wolfy, and made her feel a lot of things which she could not ponder now, but maybe after. Wylan is going to grab the only necklace that's 100% charged, she finally replied. It's maybe the only thing that can save Addison now that she no longer has her own necklace. But Addison's not a wolf, Bree contradicts. And since when did she have a moonstone? Before Willa could reply, Winter arrived, followed by Wylan, who had a wooden chest in his hands. Alpha, are you sure? Asked the latter. No, Wyver, but I can't let Addison die, and that seems like the most logical solution. Winter nodded and opened the chest, which contained a magnificent collar, the leather weaving of which was more intricate than the simple 4 wolves. Willa took the necklace by the links and approached Wyatt. He straightened Addison slightly, who moaned a little at the loss of heat, and pulled her hair up so Willa could wrap the cords around her neck. Once the tie was tight, Willa stepped back and eyed Addison worriedly. Wyatt tightened his arms around her a bit, inhaling the scent of flowers emerging from her skin. Winter and Wylan moved closer, making sure that Eliza and Bree could continue to see their friend. The necklace glowed in a very strong blue light, and little by little, Addison's pale complexion gave way to a little more color. Her cough subsided, but she seemed to be breathing easier. She relaxed against Wyatt's chest, her eyes still closed. Oh my God, it worked, Bree whispered. It can't be. So it's the she-wolf of prophecy, cried Winter. So why doesn't she develop fangs or claws? Wylan asked, tilting her head to the side. Right now I'm just reassured that she's better, Wyatt interrupted. The rest can be answered after collecting the Moonstone. We would have plenty of time for that when we will no longer be in danger. Winter and Wylan nodded, while Willa just stared at Addison, an indescribable look on her face. She leaned over Addison's and brushed a white strand from her face, ignoring Wyatt's protective growl. Classes end soon. We have to go to the power station. Eliza, would you and Bree care for Addison until she wakes up and explain to her what happened? Both girls nodded, and after a final kiss on her forehead, Wyatt left Addison in the arms of the zombie, who was strong enough to hold her against her. The 4 wolves looked at each other, howled, and ran out. It was time to get back what was theirs. Chapter 13. When Addison finally opened her eyes, a good hour later, she was feeling very disoriented, and still a little nauseous. The sounds around her were too loud and the light too bright, the smells mingled, and the fabric covering her skin was itching. It all made her feel very, very sick. She groaned, putting a hand on her forehead, trying to focus on one thing at a time. She narrowed her eyes in an attempt to limit her partial blindness, and looked around. She recognized the white walls and the 6 beds in the school infirmary. Yeah, they had a lot of beds, but cheerleading sessions could lead to a lot of injuries, and there were over 30 of them on the team. You had to be sure there was enough room for each of them. A movement on her right side made her head spin sharply, before she relaxed as she recognized Bree's fruity scent. She had raised her hands in front of her in a sign of peace when she saw her move, her brow furrowed. Addison frowned even more when she realized she had recognized her friend by the smell rather than by seeing her. Addison. The girl snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at Bree, who lowered her hands, considering that she was out of danger. Bree. Addison tried to stand, but another voice held her back. Take your time, cheerleader. We are not in a hurry. Addison turned her head to see Eliza on the other side of her bed. She smiled at her before narrowing her nose. Her sweet zombie scent had never felt so strong. She shook her head a little in an attempt to get past it, before smiling at her again. The two girls walked over to her and sat on either side of her bed. What happened? Addison asked. She remembered her headache and cough, then Wyatt's warm, soft arms before she passed out. You were very sick. The wolves tried something, and you got better, explained Eliza. Addison raised an eyebrow. That wasn't an explanation. There were plenty of holes. Why had she felt bad? What did the wolves do? What aren't you telling me? Bree squirmed a little before sighing. Your necklace is missing, and it looks like its absence made you sick. Addison raised the other eyebrow. How is it possible? I have lived my whole life without wearing this necklace, and I have never felt so nauseous. We don't know, but the wolves had to give you another one, Eliza continued. It was pretty amazing when you think about it. When Willa put it around your neck, you calmed down right away. Willa told me it was the only necklace that was still charged. Sorry. God, why did they do this? This necklace was not for me. Oh God. Addison mumbled under her breath, not believing that they gave her the most precious thing they have. Her grandmother had, of course, told her about the Grand Alpha, without ever going into details. She had just explained to her that the wolves were looking forward to their coming, and that they kept a very special necklace for this person. After getting to know wolves and figuring out what was going on with their own necklaces, it hadn't been too hard to make the connection. Addison. The young girl jumped and instinctively pressed her hands on her ears at Eliza's cry. She turned to her and cocked her head to one side, seeing her slightly frustrated. We've been trying to get your attention for 5 minutes. You were completely out, Bree explained. Addison felt bad hearing the worry in her friend's voice. Could you explain to us what's going on? Finally asks Eliza, taking her hand once calmed down. Because I know that you are close to wolves, but Willa, Winter, and Wyatt were so worried. It looked like they are more than just acquaintances. Addison closed her eyes, but she knew she couldn't escape it. Her friends had seen too much, and they were worried. They had seen her pass out so that only a wolf necklace could revive her. I've known the existence of wolves since forever, she said finally. My maternal grandmother talked to me about them all the time. At first I thought it was just stories, legends. But one day I met 3 children by a river. Addison told them everything that had happened that day, then the letters they had exchanged until her grandmother died, and the necklace they gave her in their last letter. She had never worn it before that year, but had always kept it close to her. She kept it at home when she was in town, and she took it to cheerleading camps with her. The day she saw the wolves in the forest, after the accident, she decided to start wearing it all the time, a sort of discreet rebellion against her mother's decisions. When she was done, Addison watched her friends' reactions closely. Eliza had raised her eyebrows, but kept a smirk on her lips, while Bree had her mouth open. She finally pulled herself together, with a big smile on her lips. I see. Now I understand better. No wonder you're always so open-minded. It helps to have wolves as best friends. My grandmother made us promise not to say anything, even though the whole pack knew about it without us knowing it. Addison smiled. But that doesn't explain why you got sick when you didn't have your necklace anymore, Eliza intervened. Addison sighed and stroked the metal shell that enclosed the stone with her fingertips. She didn't understand either, and she was afraid of the answer she might get. All I know is that this necklace was meant for a very special person. The fact that the wolves gave it to me makes me nervous and worried. Bree opened her mouth to say something when the anti-monster alarm sounded. Alert! Monsters detected at Seabrook Power Plant. Alert! Monsters detected at Seabrook Power Plant. It was at this precise moment that Addison noticed that wolves were nowhere around her. Her eyes widened and stood up abruptly. Don't tell me they went to the power station without me. My dad will think they're trying to overtake them. Eliza, please tell me that the wolves didn't go to the central. I thought your father had agreed to help them? Cried Bree. Yes, but he will not pass the opportunity to show them who is the strongest. He would be able to put them in confinement to establish his authority, while wolves do not care about human authority. That's why I wanted to be there, to avoid this kind of situation. She pointed at the red siren that lit their faces. Bree and Eliza exchanged a look. They nodded and turned to their friend again. What do we have to do? Addison Eliza asked. Addison thought for a moment. We're going to need everyone. We have to separate. You each try to get the largest number of people together. Convince them. Talk about the cubs who are about to die. Remind them of the discrimination against zombies last year. We must all be united to defend the wolves. The two girls nodded and got up from the bed, before helping Addison to do the same. The shrill sound of the alarm ached in her ears, but she ignored the pain and concentrated on her mission. The three friends parted ways, and Addison ran to the auditorium. The debate had just to be over, and she was sure to find as many people as possible. She absolutely had to convince them. She stormed in through the glass doors and stopped dead when she saw the scene unfolding before her eyes. Zed stood by the benches, looking sad and worried, clutching his wrist. Addison noticed that his bracelet looked messed up and sighed. On the other side, there was practically the whole school, including the zombies. They were looking at Zed with a frightened look. Addison. The girl turned to her cousin, who was hiding behind Lacey. Run, don't stay there. The zombie is dangerous. Wow, you haven't changed your record, dear cousin. You've been saying the same thing for a year. Addison crossed her arms and shook her head. He has just entered into a frenzy, Casey shouted. He will attack you. Addison raised an eyebrow and looked back to Zed. Zed, are you going to eat me right away, or are you back to yourself? The zombie looked at her surprised before responding quietly. I'm fine, Addie. My bracelet is working again. Great. Now we have more important things to deal with. Addison walked over to the podium and grabbed a microphone. Bonzo waved to her that everything was okay, which she thanked with a smile before starting to speak. 10 minutes ago, the alert went off. We thought it was because of Zed, Zara shouted. No, it's not Zed. The werewolves have broken into the powerhouse. Addison rolled her eyes at the frightened looks of her audience. Looks like not all of his speeches had reached everyone's brain yet. She sighed and decided to use another technique. Oh my God, a zombie! A being who devours brains whenever it can, she cried, pointing to Isabel. The girl frowned. And another, and another. Addison started pointing fingers at every zombie she could see from where she was. Even humans seemed puzzled as to what she was doing. Addison, you know we won't hurt you the slightest bit, Elsa said at last. How would I know? All the stories are clear, though. You were going to brain eat me and party around my body, right? But you know these legends are false, Rita cried, taking Zarek's hand. Is that so? Yet these are legends that everyone has heard, right? That everyone believe. That does not mean that they are true, Lori replied. And the ones with the werewolves are true. Addison let go of the scared human act and looked at them hard. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, not smiling. She saw the looks exchanged between zombies and humans. She saw the doubt that settled in their minds. But they're mean to us, Alexander tried. They growl at us and try to scare us all the time. And believe me when I tell you that they have an excellent reason for that, Alexander. Humans have stolen their source of energy which they need to live. Without it, they are doomed to die. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't feel very kind to the descendants who put my life and the life of my family at risk either. Addison saw some nods and smiled. We were finally heading in the right direction. Well, they can die, Bucky shouted. It'll be one less threat. You're not serious. There are children who are sick. Children the age of your little sister, Alia. Children younger than your sister. Do you really want to condemn children who haven't asked for anything? Addison saw Bucky's confused look at his little sister's name. He adored her and would do anything for her. If it was your brothers, your sisters, your family who were in danger, you will stop at nothing to protect them. Why would the wolves do otherwise? Wolves didn't hurt us. After all, Zed said at last, they only want to be able to be themselves and to survive. We didn't welcome them with open arms either, so why would they bother to be nice to us? And, well, we had a lot of fun during the cheerleading session, right? In the end, everyone was chatting and no one cared if they were wolves or zombies or humans, Isa continued. Gradually everyone nodded, and even Bucky seemed to agree. Addison smiled. There might still be hope with him. We have to go to the power station. I don't trust my dad not to take advantage of the situation. We have to go help the wolves. Together we will be heard. We are the new generation of Seabrook, an open-minded generation, Addison said, raising her fist in the air. Everyone screamed with her and followed her out of the auditorium. She found Eliza and Bree, who had gathered the little that had not gone to the debates. Addison saw all those people and smiled. She took the lead of the group, and no one noticed the necklace that glittered around her neck, meeting her determination, much less saw her eyes glistening with blue light. It was time to change things permanently. Chapter 14. The trip to the powerhouse was both the longest and the shortest that Addison had ever made. She felt the wind in her hair, heard the beating of her heart which pounded at the sound of the footsteps of the 100 or so students who surrounded her, drops of perspiration falling from her forehead and wetting her back. But none of this mattered to her. She had a mission and she intended to complete it. Soon night fell and the streetlights light on, and they saw from afar the flashes of light from the anti-zombie squad. The trucks cut off the main entrance, but Eliza led them through a side one. They emerged right in front of the squad, and Addison was close enough to hear her father speak. Silver handcuffs. It'll train those monsters. Addison felt the rage stir within her at her father's disgusted tone. Hadn't he understood anything from their conversation the day before, or maybe had he just pretended so that she did not interfere? She glanced to the side to see the handcuffed pack near the fences, their faces contorted in pain from the silver. It was outright torture, and she couldn't believe it was her own father doing this to children her own daughter's age. No. Addison ran to the central plaza in front of the adults. These adults who didn't understand anything about life. These adults, each as intolerant as the other, when basically it was the fault of humans that everything had started. If their ancestors hadn't stolen the Moonstone, the werewolves wouldn't have been so wary, and the zombies would never have existed because the accident would simply never have happened. Addison. Her father seemed surprised to see her, and she even thought she saw a hint of fear in his eyes. Zevon, Zed's father, was also present, and looked more confused than anything else. Addison remembered Zed telling her that her father was the demolition chief, but he didn't seem to know about her deal with his father. How dare you? I trusted you, but as soon as I turned my back, you imprisoned my friends. You put the lives of children of your daughter's age, your niece's age, on the line for a simple matter of pride and fear. Addison. No, I don't want to hear a word of what you can tell me. I trusted you. You promised me you would postpone the demolition until we could find what the wolves were looking for. But you tried to trap me. You tried to kill my friends. You never listened to me. Neither you nor Mom had listened to a word of what I said, right? Addison felt the tears start to roll down her cheeks, and silence fell around her as she screamed the words her heart had carried for far too long. She had given them a chance. She had believed that maybe they could change if given the opportunity, but obviously she was wrong. For you, as long as it is different from you, you are not happy. Well, breaking news. We're not alone in this world. We're 7 damn billion inhabitants, and we're all so different from each other. We don't exist alone. And it's high time that you put that in your head, and that for once. Instead of going headlong into a situation that will make you a murderer, a child abuser, you behave like an adult. She glanced at the other adults, who looked as speechless as her father. Look around you. Last year it was the zombies that were treated this way. Last year we sent a 15-year-old zombie into confinement when it was the humans' fault that he had gotten out of control. But have the responsible humans been punished? No, here. What? We have the same situation. It is because of humans that wolves find themselves here, having to fight for their survival. Adolescents my age must behave like adults because no adults are there to guide or protect them. If it was your own children, your own family that was on the verge of death, you would have used any means to save them. How are the wolves so different? Addison wanted to say more, but her sobs cut her voice, and soon she had to turn away to hide her tears. Everything she had said, she meant it, and it was high time it was said. She couldn't stand this lousy injustice any longer. It was time for these so-called adults to grow up and look at the world around them without that pink filter. She felt Eliza's hand on her shoulder before she addressed the crowd herself. As for me, I'm talking to you, zombies. We fought last year to have our rights recognized as being the same as the citizens of Seabrook, because we are citizens of Seabrook. But we hesitated to come to the aid of the wolves, who are nevertheless going through the same ordeal that we went through for fear that we will be deprived of even more privileges and freedoms. And that was our first mistake. We should have come to their aid, because we would have wanted someone like Addison, to come to our aid when we needed it. Silence does not mean abstinence. By remaining silent, we chose a side, and we gave them the power to do as they pleased, if we had listened to the wolves from the start. More than that, if we had given them the impression that they could ask us for help, we wouldn't be where we are today. This situation, she pointed to the imprisoned wolves, the school students behind her, and the adults in front of them, is our fault above all. So it would be time for us to correct our mistakes, and to dare to use our voices to express our disagreements. Eliza was silent, and through her tears, Addison saw a few adults nod their heads and move away slightly from her father. On the other side, she could see the worried but proud looks of her wolf friends, and she gave them a small smile. She was going to get them out of there. Dad, I know you care about this new job, but it's not the right solution. Addison turned her head to see that Zed had approached the front of the stage, his gaze pleading but determined. You know our history as well as I do, and you've seen all the changes Addison has been able to make in our favor. But we got lost, and I was the first to change. We were so afraid that things would go back to how they were before, that we would be discriminated against and mistreated, that we tried to change what we were to be less zombie and more human. But this is not the right way to go. We're zombies, Dad. And it will be our whole life. Wolves might be aggressive and a little bit wild, but at least they know what they are and they're not looking to change. And we were like that before, proud of what we were. He gave a big smile. So it's time to get back to it. We're zombies, and we're proud to be. Who's with me? Everyone cried, even the wolves. Addison wiped away her tears and turned once more to her father, who seemed defeated and resigned. She approached him despite the growls of the wolves behind her. Dad, you have always been a fair person. Do you really think what you're doing now is fair? Technically, they're all minors, and you're torturing them. Where is my daddy who read me stories at night? Who hunted monsters under the bed and in the wardrobe so I could sleep peacefully? When was he replaced by this pale copy that lets his fear speak and not his reason? Addison felt her speech finally touched her father. His shoulders slump, and he sighs. Her eyes softened, and for the first time in a year, Addison didn't see the slightest hint of fear or anger there. Only a gentle tune that turned into a determined tune. All right, Addison. You won. We're going to free the wolves. Zevon in turn smiled and cried out to be heard over the cries of joy and relief. Tomorrow we'll remove the explosive charges and we'll find what you're looking for. For now, I want everyone to go home. The site is dangerous and could explode at the slightest bad minute. Addison smiled and hugged her father, letting out a cry of joy as he motioned for the guards to release the wolves, who hugged each other with their free hands and smiled and laughed unrestrainedly, far from the smirks and grimaces that Seabrook High School was used to. Addison saw from a distance the surprise in the eyes of those who had never seen beyond their claws or fangs, and smiled when she saw Matthew come up to Wyatt and hold out a hand, which the wolves eyed suspiciously. Wyatt glanced at her, and she nodded, still smiling. He sighed before smiling too and taking the outstretched hand. From there, everyone mingled, and the adults took it upon themselves to start pulling them away from the demolition site. The brigade went first, and the students whose parents were a member of the patrol returned with them. His father stayed behind, knowing that Addison wanted to hang out with his friends a little while longer, and that they still had a lot to say to each other. The small group of friends walked out of the demolition site with renewed energy. You were awesome, Addie. Zed laughed, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Not as much as you, Zed. I'm glad you finally saw that you didn't need to change to be accepted. Addison smiled at him and squeezed his arm before taking Eliza by her other arm. And Eliza, you finally had it, your revolution. I would have liked more fighting, but it was quite satisfying, she laughed in turn. Addison laughed too before Zed let go of her arm and turned to her. He had a guilty look and no longer dared to meet her eyes. Addison frowned and walked over to take his hands. She felt more than she saw the wolves stop behind them, and Elias retreated back to where Bree and Bonzo were. Zed? What's wrong? The zombie let go of her hand and plunged his hand into his pocket. A thread of leather came out, which he unrolled to show Addison's Moonstone. She breathed in sharply and gave him a big smile when she recognized him. My necklace. She turned to the wolves and smiled at them. He found it. She took the necklace in her hands and grinned at the comforting weight against her palm. Then she hugged Zed. She was going to be able to return the Great Alpha's necklace to the wolves, and they were going to be able to keep it safe for the right person. Except that Zed pushed her away slightly, causing Addison to frown. What was he taking from him? I didn't find it, Addison. I took it from you when you looked away this morning. Zed? He sighed. I didn't want you to change, Addie. You look more and more like a werewolf, and that scared me. I'm sorry, Addison. The young girl did not know what to think. She understood what Zed was saying, but she couldn't believe he had dared to use his self-confidence to steal something that was dear to her. He didn't know how important the necklace was to her. Even more so today, since it seemed like she literally needed it to live. Addison, he begged. She raised a hand, telling him to shut up so that she could think about it. She knew the right thing to do would be forgive Zed. He had confessed and had apologized to her, and she didn't want to lose her friend. She sighed and ran a hand through her hair. Her gaze fell on Bree and Eliza, who looked angry and worried at the same time, then on the wolves who were frowning and about to show their teeth. They didn't seem happy at all. Willa had a hand squarely on Wyatt's shoulder to keep him from jumping on Zed. She ends up turning back to Zed. He still had his eyes downcast and his fists clenched. He was already angry with himself. She sighed again as she made her decision. I forgive you, Zed. He looked up, his eyes hopeful, but she kept looking harsh. But I don't trust you anymore. You can't steal other people's things just because you're afraid they might change. I thought we had already had this discussion. I'm 16, I'm going to change. It is obligatory. The one I am today will not be the one I will be in 10 years, in 20 years. A necklace won't change that. Zed nodded, and Addison smiled. It doesn't mean that we won't be friends anymore, but you're going to have a hard job so that I can trust you again. She turned to the wolves. I got my necklace back. You can take this one back. I know how precious he is to you. To her surprise, Willa shook her head, smiling. Keep it, Addison. It's yours now. What? But. Oh, we insist. You need it more than we do, Wyatt interrupted as he approached her. It will prevent what happened this morning from happening again. He took her hands and led her gently backwards towards the pack, never taking his eyes off hers. Once in front of the wolves, Addison raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Addison, it's necessary, Wyver replied. Who knows how your body will react if you switch back to a nearly empty necklace? Keep it, Addie Willow continued. Now that we have the Moonstone, or close to having it, everything will be fine. The other wolves nodded their assent, and Addison smiled at them. Okay, but if I keep this one, she pointed at the necklace around her neck, then you get this one. She handed her old necklace to Willa, who smiled back at her. Wyatt had quietly walked past her and put his arms around her, breathing in the scent of her hair. Addison rolled her eyes at this typical wolf behavior, but let it be. What do you say, wolves? Do we accept her deal? Willa called. The screams rang out and startled anyone who hadn't heard the conversation. Addison laughed as Willa let her smirk fall into place. Looks like everyone agrees. The Alpha took the necklace from her and gently wrapped the leather ties around the stone before putting it in her pocket. Addison smiled as she snuggled closer to Wyatt, not noticing Willa and Eliza's smirk, Winter and Bree's happy ones, and Zed's sad but resigned gaze. Then suddenly, all the good humor vanishes. What? What do you mean it doesn't work? The teens turned to see Zevon and a zombie in work clothes behind them. Her own father was getting closer to them. The remote control has been damaged. I can't stop the timer." Zevon cursed and rushed back to the construction site. Addison exchanged a look with Willa, before following him despite her father yelling at them to come back. But no sooner had they arrived in front of the entrance than several explosions rang out. Everyone covered their ears from the loud noise, and Addison felt Wyatt pushing her behind him to protect her from the debris. Then suddenly they saw the building collapse. Addison screamed, as the wolves behind her began to cough and collapse. She had to support Wyatt and saw Eliza rushing over to Willa. She turned to see the fire and dust from the explosions and ruins. Chapter 15. No. Addison's scream was deafening and muffled the sound of wolves coughing violently, their necklace glowing with a sick green light. She fell to the ground, one arm held by Zed, who had run towards her when she screamed. Tears flowed from his eyes. She wasn't sobbing, she wasn't screaming. Her tears just flowed softly and silently. And oddly, this silence was worse than the cry she had uttered. She didn't hear Zevon scream to get out of the ruin field. She didn't hear her father approach, his phone stuck in his hand, calling for help. She didn't hear her friends screaming and protesting. She didn't hear the wolves howl in despair and sadness. All she heard was the sound of the detonations, which would deprive her of her friends, of her family. She looked down and closed her eyelids, hoping it was all a horrible dream. She did not want to face this reality and still preferred to deny it. She had lost everything in a matter of seconds when she had promised that she would help them, that she would be there for them. "Addie, it's not your fault," Wyatt whispered to her, kneeling beside her. She opened her eyes to plunge her blue eyes into the wolf's chocolate irises. In a matter of seconds, it looked like he had taken 10 years. He gave her a small smile, which only increased Addison's sobs. She freed herself from Zed's grip and threw herself on Wyatt's neck, who hugged her tight against him as she wet his sweater with tears. She felt Willa and Winter surrounding her from behind, inhaling her scent, as she did the same, comforting herself as best she could that they were still there with her. She didn't see her father watching her, his eyes wide, or Eliza and Bree exchanging knowing glances. She just wanted to stay close to her friends. They ended up separating without completely letting go. Addison took a deep breath, knowing that the decision she had just made was going to be strongly opposed, but she also knew that it was the best thing to do for the survival of the wolves. With a fluid gesture, she grabbed her old collar, which protruded slightly from Willa's pocket, who barked in surprise, and took off the big alphas. She tied the almost empty necklace around her neck and immediately felt the effect it had on her. She felt weaker and flinched for a moment. She would have fallen if the arms of her 3 wolves weren't around her. "Addison, why did you do that?" cried Willa. The young girl smiled at him as she handed her the Grand Alpha's necklace. "You need it more than I do. You need to be able to take care of your pack. Take it, Willa." "No, Addison. It's yours," Wyatt protested. "Then I'll lend it to you. I'll lend it to you until we find your stone." The wolves exchanged a puzzled look. Even her human and zombie friends didn't seem to understand what she was saying. Addison herself didn't understand why she had said that, before realizing it was exactly what she was thinking. "Until I turn over every stone in these ruins, I won't give up. I refuse to give up. I won't be satisfied until I see with my own eyes that it's all over. But Addison, the Moonstone," started Eliza, "is only buried. It's a magical object. I don't think a simple landslide can overcome it," she interrupted. "Honey." Addison turned to her father, who had approached and gave her an icy look. "If you had followed our agreement, we wouldn't be there now. I'm not saying it's all your fault, but you made a huge mistake. An error that I am ready to repair." She turned to the wolves, their ears twitching to listen to what she had to say. The dynamite sticks that exploded were positioned on the columns outside the building. The interior and basement may be intact. The history books say the settlers hid the power source, but they still had to be able to use it. So why not in the basement of the plant itself? The more she spoke, the more Addison realized that she really had a point. Addison's right, but it's too dangerous now. Zevon intervenes. There may still be charges intact, and they must be defused before attempting any search procedure. It may take several days. Go home, go get some rest. If there is anything to be found under this rubble heap, it will be found. Addison met Willa's gaze, who nodded once. "All right, Zavon, we can wait a few days. Come on, let's go home." Addison freed herself from her 3 wolves and staggered a little. She really felt weaker, but didn't want to worry her friends. She straightened up then and walked steadily to the forest. All the other students had already returned home, only the wolves remained, and her small group of friends. Her father will be home late because of the demolition fiasco. She turned to her friends. "Do you need anything?" "Whatever." Winter smiled at her and walked over to her before licking her cheek. "That's sweet, Addison, but we're strong, tenacious wolves. We will hold on. Go home, and we'll meet again soon." The girl nodded softly, as Willa approached her as well. She hugged her, whispering a thank you, even though Addison didn't understand what she was thanking her for. Then she let go, and began to go with Winter deeper into the forest. Wyatt moved closer as well, and with a graceful movement of his arms he pulled her up and slammed her against him, inhaling the scent of her hair. Addison grabbed his jacket and dug her nose into his neck, inhaling too. She loved the forest smell that emanated from Wyatt. She felt like she could roll around in it all day and never get tired of it. She felt safe, and didn't want to let go, knowing that he felt safe with her as well. But eventually he pulled away a bit and leaned towards her ear. "Thank you for everything you have done for us." "I haven't done anything special though," she whispered absently. His mouth lightly caressed her earlobe, and she couldn't concentrate too much. She shivered a little and leaned more comfortably against Wyatt. He stroked her back up and down, and Addison relaxed a little more with each back and forth of his hand. Then reluctantly he pulled away from her and kissed her forehead, before smiling at her one last time and running to catch up with his sister and her friend. Addison stood there staring into space until Bree jumped on her. "Bree? I thought you were already gone." She gave her a mischievous smile before taking her arm to pull her away from the forest. Addison reluctantly let her do. She wasn't sure why, but she felt drawn to the woods, or by what was hiding there. "Bonzo is escorting me home, and we thought it was best not to leave you alone. If Willa was right, and you're weaker because of the nearly empty necklace, I wouldn't want you to fall apart without anyone knowing." Addison took a quick glance behind her friend and saw Bonzo smiling at her as he gave her a small wave. She smiled and shook her head, but ended up letting them walk her home. Bree pulled her a bit to walk in front of the zombie and gave her a big, mischievous smile. "So? Between you and that handsome werewolf," she finally asks. "Who, Wyatt? What's wrong with him?" Addison raised her eyebrows, looking puzzled. Bree rolled her eyes and huffed a deep breath. "Don't tell me you don't feel anything for him, especially after this little moment not even 10 minutes ago. For a second I thought you were going to run after him when it's dark and the forest is still dangerous." Addison stopped short and turned to Bree, who was looking at her in exasperation. Did she really seem that close to him? Not to mention the fact that he growled whenever someone came near to you. Especially Zed. He really didn't seem to like Zed approaching you. And you should have seen him when you passed out this morning. He absolutely didn't want to let go of you. At this point, she remembered well that it was Wyatt who held her when she eventually passed out, but she didn't think he had been so protective of her. Addison felt flattered, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She looked down, her cheeks flushing with happiness and embarrassment. "And the number of times it has entered your personal space without you making him leave. On the contrary, you Nestle without any concern against him. So don't tell me that nothing's going on between you. I won't believe you." Bree turned her face to her, with a pout on her lips. Behind, Addison heard Bonzo let out a chuckle. She rolled her eyes, smiling too. "And yet, nothing is happening between us. We are just great friends, and wolves are all very loving in nature. It doesn't necessarily mean something." "But that doesn't mean you don't feel anything for him, does it?" "You're having ideas, Bree. Come on, we're near my place. I can do the last few meters on my own. Go rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. See you later." Addison gave the couple a final wave and walked towards her house, her head lowered. She thought about what Bree had just said to her. Of course she loved Wyatt. He's always been that protective wolf, even when they were just kids and couldn't see each other. He worried about his family, and strangely enough, for her too. He made her laugh, consoled her when she felt bad, and let her hug him, as if he knew she hadn't had a lot of affection in her life. She loved it when he called her little flower. She loved his smell. She loved that smirk he had every time he teased her. She loved his little kisses on her forehead. But that didn't mean anything, right? After all, Willa and Winter were doing the same thing. And she loved them the same way, right? So why did she feel like she was lying to herself? Her mother was already in bed when she opened the front door, still lost in thought. She moved as quietly as possible, not wanting to wake her, and got ready to sleep. After 10 minutes without falling asleep, she groaned in frustration and closed her eyes. She couldn't worry about that sort of thing now. The Moonstone was more important than her supposed feelings for Wyatt. When it was all over, she would analyze what her heart was telling her, but for now, she didn't want to have false hopes. Inside, she knew that thoughts like that proved in the end that Bree was right, that what she felt for Wyatt was more than friendship, but she really couldn't focus on it. Now was absolutely not the time. She eventually fell asleep, dreaming of the chocolate eyes of a howling wolf at the full moon. The next day she woke up early and decided to prepare a batch of muffins for the wolves, to cheer them up and to give them a little sweetness in this hard phase of their life. They had loved them the last time, after all. Her parents watched her as she stirred in the kitchen, chocolate filling the room. Her mother watched her with furrowed brows and puckered mouth in confusion, as her father's eyes gave off a sadness that Addison had never seen before. She saw him open his mouth to say something, before closing it. "The muffins are for the wolves," he finally asks. Addison responded with a simple, while checking to make sure the muffins were done before putting the second batch in the oven. Wolves? Why would Addison bake muffins for these monsters? Her mother exclaimed. She turned to her father, eyebrows raised. "Because they are my friends, they're living very hard times and they deserve a little comfort. I can't do anything more right now, and that frustrates me, but I hope this little attention will make things less hard on them," replied Addison without turning her head. "Honey, there." The speed at which Addison turned to her parents startled them, and the coldness with which Addison looked at her mother made her shiver with horror. Who would have thought that her little girl had all this rage in her? "Mom, I swear if I hear you or say, you or Dad, bloodthirsty monsters, I'm leaving this house. And so good luck playing the perfect families." Addison. "Dear. No, I'm sick of you treating my friends like that. You say you are my family, but my only family, the one who accepted me as I was, who never asked me to change to meet the compliance needs of this dumb town, is Mommy Winona. How could such a tolerant and open-minded woman have such a cold daughter? I will never understand." "Darling, of course we love you," her mother tried, approaching her, both hands raised as if to calm a wild animal. "No, Mother. You like the image we give. If you really loved me for who I was, you would never have asked me to wear a wig all my life. You would have accepted my friends, or at least you would have made them not feel uncomfortable in our house. You would never have put the anti-monster laws back in place when you knew half of my group of friends were zombies. And more than anything, you would have listened to me when I told you that we should have heard what the wolves had to say to us, and that they surely had a good reason to reappear when they were perfectly happy to be forgotten by Seabrook." Addison took one last look at her mother before meeting her father's eyes behind her. Then she turned to the oven and took out her muffins. She let them cool a bit while she was preparing a box, before putting everything inside. She put the box in her bag and glanced at the clock. She won't be able to take the muffins away now, but she will drop by after her shopping session with Bree for their gown for the prawn. "I'll be home late tonight. Don't wait for me for dinner." Then she left. She walked to the entrance to Zombieland, observing the smoke coming from the not yet fully extinguished flames, and sighed. She was sure the Moonstone was intact, not quite sure how, but seeing the ruins reminded her of the wolves' cries and howls from the day before. She hoped she could do something for them. More than bring them some simple muffins, but for now she had to be content to play her part of a normal high school student. After the prawn, on the other hand, nothing will stop her. She swore it on her name, Addison Katrina Wells, granddaughter of the proud Winona Moonslava. Chapter 16. "So, have you thought about what we said yesterday?" Bree was holding her arm as they walked out of their biology class. The exam luckily hadn't been too hard, especially since she hadn't revised as much as she should with everything that had happened over the past few days. She had to be careful. She couldn't let her grades go down if she wanted to get a merit scholarship. Maybe it was a bit early to think about it, but better to do it early than to run after time once in her last year. She sighed and nodded. And I decided not to worry about that until we find the Moonstone. Once we get it, you can cut off my ears with your guesses. Bree laughed, making Addison smile, and shook her head. Okay, I'll give up for now. Are you still up for our shopping night? Addison nodded. But I have to go through the den, and I would like to avoid going there at night. Don't worry, Addie, we'll find you the perfect dress, and you can go play with your darling wolf. I even devote myself to bringing your dress home to make sure you don't ruin it with a branch or something. Thanks, Bree, you really are the bestest friend in the world. Addison ignored the comment on Wyatt and smiled as she wrapped her arm around Bree as they walked to their next class. She looked around and sighed, realizing that she was right, and that the wolves hadn't come. Zed neither, by the way. He must still feel bad from the day before. Addison forced herself to think of something else. She wouldn't ruin Bree's day even if she was still very worried. She would see the wolves soon enough anyway, and Zed will eventually reappear when he feels better. So she smiled as Bree told her how Bonzo had walked her home the night before, and for a few hours she behaved like a 16-year-old girl, and not like the adult she had felt obligated to be for the past few months. The day passed very quickly, and the evening shopping with Bree had gone well. Her friend had convinced him to buy a pretty strapless blue dress, encrusted with faux stones. She looked very princessy, but Addison loved it anyway. Bree bought a pale pink dress, which looked almost white. It looked wonderful with her dark skin. The two girls agreed to meet at Addison's to get ready the next day, before Addison finally made her way to the forest. Lucky for her, she still remembered a little of the way, and she hoped not to get lost. She walked through Zombie Town before completely out of town and into the woods. Little by little, the trees became denser and hid the light of the moon, which came out after a couple of hours. Addison was using the flashlight on her cell phone, which she luckily had thought to load in the dress shop. She should have enough charge to make it home safe and sound. She walked slowly, being careful not to catch a branch in the hair or trip over a root. She didn't want to ruin the muffins by falling to the floor. After a good half hour of walking, she stopped to catch her breath. She closed her eyes as she took a deep breath, feeling the fatigue that had come over her since she had changed her necklace come down once more. She jumped when she heard a growl not far away from her and decided to get back on the road. She didn't want to attract more wild beasts than was strictly necessary. A few minutes later, Addison froze. She was sure she had just passed that tree. She shook her head and recovered. She couldn't be lost. It was very bad if she got lost. The most important rule her grandmother had taught her was to always know where the exit was. It was what differentiates a stray piece of meat from a human. A rustle of leaves made her turn abruptly onto her side, and she didn't have time to do anything before she found herself on her stomach, a weight on her back, trying to keep her from moving. But she was not yet blocked from her limbs. She dug her hands into the dirt, making sure it had a good grip, and prayed that the muffins would stay intact. Then she lifted her pelvis, throwing the thing off her back, and slid her feet over her head in a sort of roll. The thing was not expecting it and found itself thrown onto his back. Addison didn't waste a moment. She stood up and turned to see what had attacked her, ready to run if necessary. She froze when she heard a voice she knew well. Ow, that hurts. Wyatt? Addison rushed over to him and lifted his head to rest it on her knees as the wolves came to their senses. The force of the impact against the ground wasn't enough to take his breath away. He was stronger than her physically, but it couldn't have been pleasant. He winced as he tried to stand, but Addison grabbed him and forced him to lie down. No, stay lying down while you come to your senses. But why did you scare me like that? Addison hadn't expected him to open his eyes at once, and especially not with the glint of anger that made his yellow eyes glow. Why did I? What are you doing walking in the forest at night? Wild animals hunt at night, and you could have died. Addison was speechless at the fury caused by Wyatt's worry. He got up to look her right in the eye, his brow still furrowed, his mouth wrinkled, and his irises still amber. She finally sighed and gave him a small smile. I know it wasn't the best idea of the century, but I was sure I could find my way back to the den. I wanted to hear from you, especially since you didn't come to school, which is totally understandable considering what happened yesterday. But I was worried, and I made muffins and—" Wyatt looked at her with raised eyebrows before cutting her off, shock still in his voice. "You baked muffins, and decided the best thing to do was bring them to us in the middle of the night." Addison shyly nodded. She knew it wasn't her best idea, but she was so worried. Wyatt ran a hand over his face, his moonstone going out, and let out a laugh and then a sigh. "By the moon, Addison. You're going to give me white hair before it's time." Wyatt removed his hand from his face and gave her a small smile as he stood up. He held out a hand to help her do the same, and Addison smiled as she accepted his help. He didn't let go of her hand afterwards, but squeezed it a little more against him. "Don't scare me like that anymore, okay? Next time, wait for the day. It won't be any less dangerous, especially if you got lost, but at least you'll be sure that we'll be awake, and we can come and get you." He pulled her in a direction, which would have been the opposite of what she would have taken, and began to guide her through the branches and roots. "What were you doing outside?" she finally asks. He smiled at her and walked over to a small hollow in a tree. He brought out a small woven basket which he opened to show her its contents. There were strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, berries and fruits. The pups asked if it was possible to pick some, and after all that happened, we didn't get the heart to say no to them, with Willa. She stayed in the den to take care of the sick wolves, and I went out to get some berries. Addison felt her heart sink. The pups, kids who weren't even old enough to play, might die, and it was all her fault. She felt Wyatt take back her hand and looked up at him. He was smiling tenderly at her, his free hand stroking her cheek. "It's not your fault, Addie. You could not have known. Come on, I'll take you back to the den." He took the basket back in his hand, but continued to hold hers. A quarter of an hour later, she recognized the assembly of stones that formed the entrance to the cave of the wolves' den. He howled at the entrance, then entered. Addison thought to herself that he had surely announced that he had come, so that the others wouldn't take him for an intruder. He helped her walk over the stones of the cave until he reached the smooth part of the floor, which marked the proximity of the living room. Addison blinked as the bluish light dazzled her after spending so much time in the dark before looking around. We were far from the festive atmosphere from 2 days ago. The wolves were all bundled up in the blankets, coughing every now and then. She saw the wolf cubs huddled together in their little nook, watching Willa move from wolf to wolf to wolf to wolf at his worried eyes and whimpers that escaped from time to time. Addison inhaled sharply when she understood something. If all the teenagers were sick, the pups would be on their own. She felt tears rise to her eyes as she imagined children as young as 10 years old having to support themselves on their own. And she promised herself that as long as they hadn't found the Moonstone, she'll take care of them if Willa couldn't. The alpha turned her head in her direction, nose to the air and eyes closed. She had just picked up her scent with Wyatt's. She opened her eyes and gave her a small smile. "Addison, what are you doing here? And what's this smell that I smell on you?" The young girl approached the wolf and took her in her arms. Willa plunged her nose into her neck and inhaled deeply before walking away. "I was worried, and I wanted to get you something. It's not much, but I thought it might cheer you up," she explained. In the middle of the night. "Addison, the forest is very dangerous. After dark." Willa frowned and narrowed her mouth. Addison let out a nervous little laugh. "I know, but I was really worried. And don't worry, I managed to push Wyatt away when he tried to scare me." "Push Wyatt away." Willa glanced over the girl's shoulder and smiled. Addison didn't know what she had seen, but seeing her like that made her happy. She slid her bag in front of her and opened the zipper, letting the sweet smell of chocolate tickle the wolves' developed sense of smell. She took out a large bin, closed her bag and put it on the floor. "I made muffins. You seem to have liked them the last time." Addison didn't even have time to finish her sentence as she found herself surrounded by wolf pups with hung tongues and being super excited. The teenage wolves had also opened their eyes and slowly sat up at the word muffin. She saw Winter come out of the hallway to the bedrooms, pale skin and collar still giving off that luminescent green light. "Wow, I see. Looks like I really had to bring these muffins." Addison smirked. Let's say a little softness doesn't hurt. Willie laughed weakly. And then, we really love these muffins. Addison shook her head gently and opened the box. She knelt down to be level with the cubs, who were looking at her with lively eyes. You each take one, and if there is any left over after everyone has taken one, you can refill yourself, okay? Yes, Addie. No problem. Okay. Addison smiled at them and let them take a cake before heading over to the sick wolves. Something odd happened. To each wolf she gave a muffin to, he would take her hand, kiss it, before bringing it to their foreheads with a little howl. Willie was the first to do so, and Worry the last. She then walked over to Winter, who hugged her, before making the same small gesture. Then Wyatt and Willa, who knelt completely after the hand kiss. Willa? What are you doing? Get up. Addison, I will never thank you enough for the love and support you give to my pack. You feed us and protect us, you are gentle and compassionate, and you do not judge us. Addison eventually stopped squirming, before seeing that all of the wolves, bar none, were in the same alpha position. She blushed and again tried to escape Willa's grip to force her to stand up. I don't know what to do to thank you for your kindness and your gentleness towards us. We are in debt to you. Addison couldn't take Willa's ceremonial tone anymore and collapsed to the ground next to her. The wolf still looked down, but that didn't stop her from speaking. Willa, I did what I did because it was the right thing to do. I couldn't let you die. I had to do something, and even now, when all seems almost lost, I want to help you in my smallest measure. These muffins are nothing more than something to cheer you up. I don't want a debt. I just want you to be better and happy. She turned to the pack as she said these last words, and smiled when she saw the wet look some wolves were giving her. Get up, you're sick, and kneeling like that is not going to do you good. She grabbed Willa's elbow and forced her to stand up with her, before directing her towards one of the stones so that she could sit down. Wyatt was the second to get up and walked over to her, smiling tenderly. Winter walked up to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek, which made Addison smile. Gradually, all the wolves got up, and Addison helped them one by one to sit up, to be comfortably installed. She took the opportunity to put the box of muffins in one of the recesses in the wall for anyone who wanted another. She stayed in the den for an hour, looking after the children, entertaining them while Willa and Wyatt took care of the other wolves. She laughed and played with them, even though she knew she couldn't pull them away from reality for long. She ends up looking at the time on her phone. I have to go, she said finally. I'll take you home, Willa replied. Addison nodded, knowing she didn't really have a say. It was the alpha speaking, not his friend. Willa watched as she put the now empty Tupperware back into her bag and said her last goodbyes before guiding her out of the den. They were walking in the woods, Addison paying careful attention to the path they were taking so that she could come back on her own afterwards, before Willa suddenly stopped in front of her and turned around. Willa. Addison couldn't see her face well with the shadows of the trees, but she could see very clearly her eyes, which were shining from the tears she's holding. The wolf finally pounced on her, and Addison hugged her, whispering comforting words while stroking her back and hair. It must have been so hard for her, taking care of the pack at 16, seeing the adults leave one after the other, having to be strong, having almost no shoulders to cry on because she had to be that shoulder for the others. So Addison let her drain her fear, her anger, her resentment. She let her clear her mind, focusing on her scent and the warmth of her body against hers. She felt Willa hide her head in her hair and took a deep breath before finally letting go. I don't have the words to express how I feel. Thank you 1,000 times for what you have done for our pack over the past few days. We're friends, Willa, that's natural. And even if you hated me, I would still have come to your aid, because you are innocent people who don't deserve to go through this because of our mistakes. Addison smiles. Willa smiled, before taking her hand. She didn't let go until she got to her house. The lights were out, and Willa gave her a wicked smile before lifting her into her arms and jumping to her window, which had been open since the day Willa, Wyatt, and Winter had first come to her house. Addison had to bite her tongue to keep from screaming, and sighed once her feet were on the ground. She gave the wolf an exasperated look, who just shrugged her shoulders. I'll leave you now, Addison. We'll meet again after your weird ball. Above all, Enjoy your evening, she whispered to her. Addison just nodded a little stiffly, before watching Willa jump out of her window again. She rushed over to see her go, until the trees and the shadows of the night hid her completely. She walked back to the center of her bedroom, and while getting ready for sleep, she couldn't help but think that something was going to happen soon. Something that would change her life forever. She prayed that night, her eyes fixed on the full moon, hoping that this change would be a gift, not a curse. Chapter 17. Addison didn't see the wolves at all the next day. The school was closed to finish the final preparations for the prawn, and so that the students could have time to prepare. In the evening, Addison had her mother doing her hair and makeup on and dressed in her blue dress before her father took a picture of her with tears in his eyes. Addison rolled her eyes but smiled anyway. It looked like her parents hadn't figured out that she was going to go through this for another 2 years yet, and Addison couldn't help but find it cute, despite everything that had happened the days before. Her parents had made many mistakes, both in her education and in managing their new community, but it was their fear that put those words in their mouths, their fear of change. Could she really blame them when they themselves had been brought up that way? Addison felt incapable of doing so, because after all, they were still her parents, and despite their mistakes, she loved them wholeheartedly. She was going to have a hard time forgiving them, but she could never stop loving them. Addison smiled at them one last time, before her father took her to his car. No way she would soil her dress, after all. Bree was already waiting for her at the front doors, and literally threw herself on her once within arm's reach. Addison, you are sublime. This dress really makes your eyes and hair stand out. You too, Bree. This pink dress looks great on you. They laughed, arm in arm, before heading to the ballroom, which was only the converted cafeteria. They passed the cascading curtain, and Addison's eyes widened at the enchanted scenery before her. She really felt like she was standing under the sea with the blue light, the giant jellyfish made out of balloons, and the curtains of water. The buffet tables were to the side, to leave as much space as possible for the dance floor. Bree pulled on her arm and dragged her towards members of their cheerleading team. And despite the fact that Addison was worried about wolves and didn't want to come a week ago, she found herself laughing and having fun, enjoying the moment. Half an hour was spent just chatting, before the movement of the water curtain that hid the entrance caught her attention. Her eyes widened, and she put a hand to her mouth as she saw wolves and zombies pass one after the other, in formal wear. The wolves gathered near one of the small platforms, and Addison saw Wyatt help Winter sit on it. Bonzo pulled back the curtain and ran over to Bree's house with a smile on his face. Briska. Bree looked at him, smiling tenderly. Larzi can. Yes, I agree to be your date. Bonzo hugged the girl and lifted her up into the air, before leading her onto the dance floor. Addison smiled, happy for her friend, and couldn't help but glance at Wyatt, quickly looking away with a blush when she noticed he was already looking at her. Her gaze was attracted by Zed, who entered in turn, followed by her cousin, who gave her a dark look. He walked over to her, and she waited, with a small smile on her lips. Addison. Zed. Did you bring everyone back? She pointed at the wolves and zombies that mingled a bit with the crowd. Behind the zombie, she saw Liza and Matthew hug, before the young man spun her around, making the young zombie laugh. Addison smiles at this scene. They deserve to be happy. We're monsters, we don't have to follow the rules, replied Zed with a smirk. My mother is going to be so mad, but it's so good to have all your friends with you. She hugged Zed, who also burst out laughing at his enthusiasm, before pushing her lightly. He saw something over her shoulder, and smirked sadly before releasing her completely. Anyway, I hope you have a good evening. Maybe you could reserve a dance for me later. Addison smiles in turn. Zed had come to understand that despite his flattering interest, she didn't feel the same way for him, and respected her desire to remain only friends. Of course, she replied, squeezing his arm one last time. He gave her a last smile before going over to Eliza, who was chatting with members of her computer club. Addison smiled, before starting to walk over to the cheerleading members. She didn't have time to take 3 steps when a hand circled her wrist. This time she didn't turn her fist in the air, knowing she was relatively safe in the ballroom, but she jumped anyway before Wyatt's peculiar forest scent filled her nostrils. And let her relax. She turned to see him, a small smile on her lips. Addison handed it back to him before hugging him. "I'm glad Zed managed to convince you to come," she whispered into the fur of his tuxedo jacket. "Me too. I will have regretted all my life to have missed such a magnificent sight," he replied. She looked up at him to find what he was talking about, and blushed when she noticed his gaze fixed on her. She pulled away a bit, never really leaving his arms. "Are you all doing okay?" Concern was reflected in her voice, and Wyatt smiled a little sadly at her. Definitely this evening had a bittersweet taste. As good as can be. "This evening will be good for us. I'm just a little worried about the pups left alone at home, but I know they know how to take care of them." Regardless, Addison noticed the nervous look Wyatt gave the exit, as if he was just waiting for a reason to go see them. She squeezed his hand, turning her attention back to her. She smiles at him. "I'm sure everything will be fine." Wyatt smiled at her too before taking a deep breath. He glanced behind her. What did they all have to look at behind her, before lifting one of her hands to kiss the back of her knuckles? "Addison, would you do me the honor of being my date at this ball?" The young girl opened her mouth and widened her eyes before blushing. She looked down to observe Wyatt under her lashes, a small smile on her lips. She had imagined this scene 1,000 times in the past 24 hours, despite the order she had given her brain to stop, because it was not the time at all, but she never would have believed that her wish would come true. She saw Wyatt's smile sag a bit at her silence. Addison definitely couldn't leave him waiting. She opened her mouth to respond, but at the same time an earthquake shook the whole room, knocking a few appetizers to the floor and causing incredible panic. Wyatt tightened his arms around her to keep her from falling before pulling her towards the rest of the wolves to lean on the platform. The shaking continued for a few seconds before stopping. Willa barked something at the others she didn't understand, but suddenly she walked down the hall, the wolves following her. "Go take cover," Wyatt ordered her before following his sister. Addison rolled her eyes before following them. She knew that Zed, Eliza Bonzo, Bree, and a few other humans and zombies, whom she only knew by name, other than those on the cheerleading team, were following her closely as well. It seemed to her that even the ACs were there. She must have hallucinated. They arrived just behind the wolves in front of a huge crevice in the ground which let in a purple light. Her collar reacted and began to glow with a bluish light. Around her, the necklaces of the other wolves also seemed to light up. Addison walked around all of the students, leaning slightly towards the hole to try and make out where it might lead. "It's the same signal I got at the power plant the other day," Eliza cried, tablet in hand. Willa turned to her suddenly. The wolves had been so mesmerized by the purple light that they hadn't noticed them. Addison saw the frustrated look Wyatt gave her from afar, but she looked at him with just a small innocent smile and a shrug. As if she wasn't going to follow him when that shock had nearly destroyed his school. Think again. "It must be the Moonstone. This tunnel should lead us to it," Willa exclaimed. Addison wanted to protest. It was far too dangerous, especially if the concrete pieces were unstable. Another jerk nearly knocked them all down, and Addison opened her mouth to tell them to stop and let the professionals do it when she saw something in their eyes. Hope. They had found hope again, and she couldn't take it away from them. So she closed her mouth when Willa stepped into the hole first, followed by Wyatt, who helped Winter down. He met her gaze, once again very clearly asking her not to move. But once the last wolf had passed, she turned to her friends. "We can't let them do it alone. It's too risky." "I can direct us thanks to the signal from the stone," suggested Eliza. Addison nodded, and was the first to follow the wolves. They were already out of sight, but she trusted Eliza's hacking skills to guide them. Even if, at the end of the day, the strange light already made a very good guide. Addison took out her phone anyway, and used the flashlight to see where she was stepping. Now was not the time to step on the wrong piece of concrete. Little by little, they moved forward, until they came to a large opening. Addison could hear Willa's voice, who was counting to 3. She heard a creak, then a collapse. "There aren't enough of us." Addison passed the opening at this point. Then it would be time to enlarge her pack. She ignored Wyatt's frustrated and worried gaze and turned to her human and zombie friends. "We'll help them. Each of you take a piece of metal and hurry up. The room is unstable. Addison moved between Willa and Winter and firmly gripped the metal bar that protected the Moonstone. She felt drawn to her at the time before realizing that her necklace wanted to be closer. It wanted to be stuck on the purple surface of the stone. Addison winced in the attraction, before pulling herself together and counting to 3. But by the time she said 3, another jerk nearly knocked her off and a bit of asphalt blocked their only exit. "By the moon," cried Willa. Eliza looked around and her gaze fixed on Zed. "Zed, your bracelet is still broken. Maybe you can use your zombie strength to get us out of there." "But what if I get out of hand?" "It's not going to happen, Zed. We all trust you," Addison said, choosing to forget Eliza's remark for now. "Since when was his bracelet broken?" The zombie met her blue eyes and seemed to see something there as he nodded before taking a deep breath. With one hand, he took off his bracelet. Addison's eyes followed the dark veins on his skin and his eyes grew even redder, but after a roar, he huffed loudly before turning away to grab the piece of concrete with both hands. With a cry, he lifted it up. Addison didn't waste a moment. "Let's go. He won't last long." Everyone grabbed a piece of the Moonstone wire mesh and lifted it up. Addison marveled at how easy it was to carry something that weighed a ton before smiling. Teamwork is truly a superpower. They quickly walked through the opening held by Zed before setting the stone down in the hallway. A collapse made them all jump, and turning around, they saw that the opening had once again closed. "Zed?" Addison took a few steps forward, trying to make out something despite the darkness in front of her. Then she saw an object glow with a green light and sighed in relief. Zed appeared a moment later, dusting his costume. "Zed." She ran to him and hugged him before letting Eliza and Bonzo do the same. She smiles for a moment before turning back to the others. "We'd better move on before something like that happens." Willa nodded at her, and everyone walked back to the Moonstone. Little by little, they managed to lift it, and to make it cross the long corridor which passed under the city, between the old Seabrook Central and their high school. Arriving at the opening in the hallway, Addison smiled when she saw that other students were waiting for them, worried. When they saw the giant stone in their hands, some came down to lend a hand and gently lifted it up. Once on the untouched floor of their high school hallway, the screams of joy resonated and Addison hugged Bree, happy that finally everything had gone well. They brought the Moonstone to their ballroom, and Addison smirked, thinking it fit in well with the rest of their decor. They dropped her in the middle, and Addison barely had time to breathe before Willa, Wyatt, and Winter hugged her. "It was super risky what you did, but damn, I'm glad you did it," the Alpha told him. "Although next time, I beg you, stay safe," Wyatt asked, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Winter gently licked her cheek, making Addison chuckle. "Isham, I'm not making any promises," replied the young girl, laughing. She felt Wyatt shake his head behind her and winked at Willa in front of her. She turned in Wyatt's arms, who was smiling tenderly at her. "And by the way, I accept to be your date." The young wolf burst out laughing, as Willa and Winter laughed and howled to tease him. Wyatt stuck his tongue out at them before leading her onto the dance floor. They swayed gently, just enjoying the other's presence, Addison's head resting against Wyatt's shoulder, and Wyatt playing in her hair. "We wouldn't have succeeded without you," he said at last. Addison looked up and gave him a small smile. "When we are all united for the same cause, nothing is impossible. Look around you. A week ago we were all divided. A year ago we were even more so. And now everyone is laughing and dancing, regardless of whether it's with a human, a zombie, or a werewolf. This is the real magic." Addison sighed in relief as she felt Wyatt's arms close a little more on her, and closed her eyes, letting herself be carried away by the melody. Until Willa came up behind her and patted her on the shoulder. Addison turned and smiled at him. "Addison, as promised, now that we've collected the Moonstone, I'll give you your necklace back." Willa. "Don't say no, Addie. It was a unanimous decision. We all want to see you with that necklace around the neck, make you an honorary member of our pack. And what better way than to reward the one who helped us find the Moonstone and bring it back safe and sound?" "Say yes, Addie, please." Winter came up to her Alpha and gave her puppy's eyes, the ones Addison could never say no to. She smiled, before running a hand behind her neck to untie the necklace that was already there. Willis smiled before approaching her to put on the new necklace. It shone with a very strong light, before fainting, dazzling those who were nearby. Addison immediately felt stronger, and her senses grew again. Instead of a vague smell of forest, she could smell pine, raw rock, damp earth, and lemon on Wyatt's skin. Willa smelled pretty much the same, except that she smelled more like grapefruit. Taking a deep breath, Addison realized that all wolves smelled like earth and rocks, with a slight floral or fruity difference. Zombies also gave off a scent of their own, something incredibly sweet which made him squint before he could make out the smells of rusty iron at Bonzo, metal at Eliza, and glass at Zed. How could she smell glass? Glass didn't have an odor, did it? Willa smiled at her as she quietly reconnected with reality and walked away with Winter in the direction where Bree and Eliza were chatting happily. Addison had the feeling that the Alpha knew what was going on, but she didn't want to ruin her evening. Wyatt pulled on her wrist a little, turning her attention back to him. He smiled at her before spinning her around, catching her even closer to him if that was possible. Addison had to look up to plunge them into his chocolate irises, inhaled his comforting scent, and gave him a smile, which he returned. Wyatt leaned in a bit more, his breath lightly caressing the young girl's lips, who blushed and couldn't help but look down to those warm lips that seemed to call to her. But the wolf lifted his head a little and kissed her on the forehead, before hugging her more tightly. Addison sighed in happiness. Despite the final tone of the evening, her gaze was once again drawn to the bluish glow of the Moonstone. A sense of well-being spread throughout her body, before she froze as she saw a dark form dancing languidly to the sound of the music. Maybe this story wasn't that finished after all.